Okay, we are back, guys. We are going to be playing through Final Fantasy XIV's patch 7.4 Into the Mist. So this is going to be the new story content. We're gonna start it with we're gonna try to do this in one sitting, like one whole playthrough. So I'm not sure how long it's gonna take. I would imagine a couple of hours to get through everything. So let's go ahead and get back to the motley crew here that we left behind at the end of 7.3. With the winds. Okay. Calyx demonstrated knowledge of both primal summoning and concepts. Oh yeah, I remember him now. Yeah, I had to think about that for a second. Would you recommend playing 14? Have you ever played an MMO before? An MMO like World of Warcraft, Lineage 2, Terra, Black Desert. If you've played those type of games before, you... Oh, you played RuneScape? RuneScape? Okay. That's like the first generation of MMOs. This is more of like a third generation MMO. What I mean by that is this game has a lot more modern quality of life things that RuneScape didn't have. Meaning it is more easier to get into and kind of drop out of it and come back. It depends if you like, I mean, so this game, MMOs also have like a very social aspect to them. So they're definitely multiplayer by nature. That being said, the strange thing about Final Fantasy in particular is you can actually play the game mostly as a solo experience and only interact with other players when you have to, like to clear certain content. So kind of like Monster Hunter in that regard, where you can kind of get by playing by yourself with the exception of certain raid content, and it's kind of like Gogmazios. So it's, yeah, it's an interesting MMO because it's an MMO, but at the same time it is very story driven. It's like very story driven. And that's one thing that kind of keeps some people away from playing this game. People who would play a game like World of Warcraft might not play this because they don't want that. Like, they don't want that heavy emphasis on story. Like, speaking of story, I'm about to dive in to the story, but the way the producer of the game has kind of framed it is he says that think of the story like a season of a show on Netflix. And I think that's a great way to describe it, because you play the story, you experience the story when it's new, you can either binge watch it, which is what I'm about to do. We're about to play non-stop all the way through, or you can play it like episodic, you know, like you play, maybe you can only afford to play the game 2 hours a week, so that would be like watching one episode of Game of Thrones, the latest season, the week that it's out. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like that. I mean, that's personally, that is how I have treated this game for many, many years now. I used to play this game like a traditional MMO with a guild, with a static to do raid content. I played this game like that from 2015 up to like 2016, 17, And then I kind of stopped doing that. And ever since then, ever since the Stormblood expansion, which was the second expansion, I've kind of treated this game like it's a Netflix series. And every time there's a patch update, I log back in or I resub to the game and I do all the stuff and I get my character geared up and all that stuff. And then I lose interest in it again, and then I just don't log in anymore, let it go, unsubscribe, whatever, and then come back several months later when the next season of the story comes out. So think of it like patch 7.4 is the latest season for the story. So 7.0 was Dawn Trail, which was like last summer. Then there was 7.1, so the 0.1 patch, that was like season 2. 0.2, that's like season 3. 0.3, season 4. Now it's like season 5. So that's kind of how I have treated it. And I feel like a lot of people that casually play this game for historical reasons play it in a similar fashion. But of course, it can also be experienced in the traditional MMO way, where there's a guild, you find a guild, you group up with people, you experience the game world together, you go off on adventures and that kind of thing. So that's also a key aspect of it. So if you like the idea of any of that stuff, if anything that I just said sounds like it appeals to you, then yeah, you could try Final Fantasy. Also, I should mention, I believe this game is free to play up to a certain level. I don't remember what that level is. Now, obviously, you can't go all the way to level 100. Level 100 is the max level currently. And I know that you can't go to level 100 on a free account. I think you can get to level 60, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe level 70, I'm not sure. It's either level 60 or level 70. 50, 60, or 70. Base game, max level was 50. First expansion, it was 60. Second, it was 70. Third, it was 80. They basically add 10 levels every expansion. So the next expansion I would guess, would increase the max level to 110. So, alright, well, we're going to go ahead and start the very first quest here. With the winds, Alphino has something he wishes to tell you.
Every day, more and more people regain their memories of their lost loved ones. No longer will beings like Calyx be able to manipulate their fear and ignorance as he once did. That being the case, Alize and I have come to a decision.
We will depart Tural in the coming days. Other nations must be informed about Alexandria, a necessary step to ensure lasting peace. Then, we shall return to Garlemald. Our experiences here should serve us well in the ongoing restoration efforts.
However, one pressing matter remains. Calyx's summoning ritual was tied to a concept of his own creation. Ascian involvement is assured, but we have yet to ascertain the extent of their influence on the Ninth.
I have done what I can to treat the enthralled and those still afflicted with Levin sickness. I may now devote my undivided attention to an investigation.
Then we shall leave this one in your capable hands. Do let us know if you turn anything up.
It's Erenville. My time in Tural is at an end, and so I'm headed to the harbor now. We'll meet again, of that I'm certain. Until then, I wish you safe travels. And pull you away from more important business. Perish the thought. Hey! What do you think you're doing?
Sorry to interrupt, but I thought you'd like to know. I've detained the fugitive. He promises to tell us before he sets sail, only to try and sneak aboard his boat with nary a hug goodbye. Cold bastard. But there's still time before they weigh anchor.
That boy. We should make for the harbor ere he wriggles free of Lamachi's grasp.
If we're heading the same way, we might join him on the ship. Good company is always welcome on a long voyage, is it not?
What? Now? I haven't finished packing.
Knowing you, the essentials are already accounted for.
Oh. Fine, if we must. But you're helping pack the rest. And I hope you've decided on a souvenir for use.
I have several ideas, as it happens.
Ever aligned in purpose, if not execution.
Lest you wonder, Kryl and I intend to remain here with Y'shtola.
To continue our study of the key, naturally. By all accounts, Preservation's facility promises to yield some answers.
Shale has been conducting a more thorough examination. She may have insights to share.
Then why not invite her along to see everyone off? Surely she'd want to be there too.
Need to adjust the audio a bit. Need to make the voices louder. I think because my voice is louder than theirs, I want the voices to be similar to mine. Okay. Alright, so it looks like the twins are going back. They're leaving. The rest of them are staying here. So it sounds like we're going to see a change of scenery. It sounds like the time in Solution 9 is nearing its end. Which means this story is going... This chapter of the story is going to set up for the new... Like, basically what will lead to the next expansion. Oh, you can actually go to this DJ setup. Wow. Okay. We're going to back room. What news, Gohan? Can't imagine you brought an entourage along. Well, we're leaving. That eager to be on their way, are they? I'll join you.
I purchased a 55 inches Samsung flagship QD OLED TV as monitor to replace my 48 inches C1. I wall mounted it so I can push it back for another foot. Maximum immersion without having to turn or tilt my head.
So you're using that as a monitor? How far away does it have to be from your desk, though? To me, 55 inches is way too big. Even if it's like 3 feet away, to me that still seems like that's really large. What are you gonna do with the C1? Because to me, Like, I'm sitting probably a little more than an arm's length away from my monitor. So you can see I can put, like, I can stick my hand all the way. I can't reach the camera. The camera's on top of the monitor. Oh, you gave it to your brother? That's like a nice Christmas gift. I can't reach any of my monitors. So I can't imagine, like, if it's a 55 inch, if it's, you said it's 3.5 feet away. Man, that would mean I would have to be sitting about this far back. I don't know if I could do that. Like, how far is the desk from, or like how wide is the desk where the keyboard is? 3.5 feet, that's on the wall. Seems... So you're using a TV wall mount to hold that? Hey, did you ever finish Dawn Trail? Like the base story of this game? Because I remember you were saying that it was like boring and you couldn't finish it. Did you ever manage to finish this? I'm gonna try to play through 7.4 in one sitting. That's basically what this stream is going to be. Man, there's a lot of characters are here. So Kryle and Graha are talking to each other. Graha seems preoccupied with a matter of great import. Perhaps he is contemplating a prayer to Limlane for their safe passage. What sort of tacos should I get on the way back, do you think? The aroma is too tantalizing to ignore. He's not thinking about them at all. He's thinking about getting tacos. You just posted a photo? Oh, hold on. Let me look at it. Oh. That's not so far. Okay. I see. So you had a 48-inch before, and the 48-inch was on the desk? Yeah, so I would have to be... You see, my desk is not that long, like, in terms of from the wall. So I wouldn't have that much space. Like, my desk is a... like, how long would that be? It's like, looks like it's like half of... It's like 0.5 meters wide. Maybe even less than that, actually. So the monitor on my desk is literally just like at the back of the desk. Just not on the wall. But the thing is, I have the desk near the wall. Yours is actually kind of similar, though. A 55-inch on a wall like that, though. You're still on 7.0? Yeah, that is one thing. So we were talking about earlier. Earlier we were talking about should one get into playing Final Fantasy now. because this game is very story driven, like very, very story driven, which is not very common among MMOs, that could be a huge barrier for people. Because if you don't do the story, you can't do a lot of the content. Like a lot of the post-game content requires you to complete the story. And even the trials, like the trial, which is kind of like a raid, it's not the actual raid, but it's similar. You have to go through the story to unlock those. So there's a lot of stuff that's tied behind the story. In fact, I even think the raids, the Arcadian raids, require you to complete 7.0. So there's just so much stuff tied to the story, and it's like if someone doesn't want to play through the story, then they're not. It's gonna be hard. Tuliolol is a delight to look upon. They hang patterned cloth where we might use neon, but the city feels no less bright. Well, that's because the city has all kinds of tropical stuff. Kona and Gwilulja weren't able to make it, but both send their regards. I wish you all would not make such a fuss. I am not fond of emotional partings. At least Alphino and Alize were considerate enough to inform me of their plans in advance by link pearl. Some people we know would have burst out of a crate mid-voyage. In any event, I shall wait here until they finish their preparations. Okay. This is like the Scooby-Doo people.
There they are.
You look well. No lingering effects, then?
Ah, I'm hale as ever. And busy with work.
I imagine there's no shortage of affairs to put in order. Are Kona and Gwilulja faring well?
Kona is off to survey our nation and its peoples. He wants to consult with local representatives and hear their thoughts on our policies. And Gwilulja's really taken to his training. I feel like he's been spending more time with the Landsguard than me lately.
Standing here, I cannot help but remember the day of our arrival in Tuliolol. The rite of succession feels so long ago.
Yeah, Shadowbringers was really good.
We knew not of what would happen between my father and Zorolja, nor of Alexandria and its queen. It was to aid a naive claimant that you came to Tural. But you've done so much more for me. For the entire nation of Tuliyollal. We owe you a greater debt than we can ever repay. But that doesn't mean we can't try. Whenever you need an ally, we'll stand with you.
Allow me to echo that sentiment. Not only were you kind to me when I awakened a stranger in my own land, you extended your grace to Alexandria again and again. And on behalf of myself and my people, thank you for curing the ailment that for centuries tormented us.
I'll look forward to our next visit. I'm sure we'll have exciting stories to share with one another.
Ever since I introduced you to Wuklamat, you've faced no end of hardships. Many of them her fault. Yet I feel no remorse, only gratitude. For without your aid, I would not have had the chance to say goodbye. Nor vowed to explore every corner of the world. To see what we haven't seen. Shall we?
Rest assured, upon arriving, we shall make it a priority to visit Tataru and assuage her myriad fears.
I expect the sight of you two will be a balm for her worry-laden heart.
Safe journey, and remember to enjoy it.
Give my regards to Oblivion. And thank you for all you did for my mother.
Yeah, this game looks better than Ashes of Creation, and Ashes of Creation is using Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, those headphones look expensive.
Come back soon!
Take care!
That was a proper send-off. Now, time to get back to it.
Duty ever calls for she who loves her realm.
Right. Though, if you need a break, you're always welcome to visit Ulijola. I'll give you the grand tour. I guess they're really over. Your adventures in Tural. I'll remember our time together for the rest of my days.
Aha! Power resolve spotted!
The Landsguard is looking for you. It's sparring time!
Oh, good thing you're here then. Can't miss that.
So let's go already! Everyone's waiting to see the Vow resolve in action!
Sorry, I have to go. Till next time.
And thus do they take to the winds.
To follow their own paths and their hearts, as they should.
Those headphones are open back, right? Into the mist. I guess that was like the prologue scene. Those look like open back. Alright. So yeah, it looks like the Fellowship is splitting up. They're going, so those two are sailing to the east with Erenville. Yeah, you know, Shadowbringers and Endwalker's stories are good. Endwalker's story, Endwalker was yeah, they're both really good. I'm trying to think which one I liked more. Shadowbringers seemed darker. But I feel like Endwalker was kind of like the peak of this game. Yeah, I think it really was. You know, because I mean, Hydaelyn, you confront Hydaelyn, you finish off Zodiark, you put an end to the Ascians once and for all. You know, like, it's really good, Endwalker. It's very much like Dragon Ball Z. But the funny thing is, Dawn Trail is even more Dragon Ball Z. Like, this expansion is so Dragon Ball Z. Like, the tournament, Wukalamat, like, the fact that, the Warrior of Light is kind of like Goku in the Buu Saga, having to hang back and let these people learn. They need to, like, Wukalamat has to grow and learn, and, you know, basically like grooming Wukalamat to be a leader, kind of like how Goku wanted Gohan or Gotenks or whatever to save the world, that kind of thing. With that whole tournament backdrop to win the competition, to be the next, whatever the title was. Very Dragon Ball Z, man. Like, very Dragon Ball Z. The fact that my character's name is Gohan, like, I can't believe it. Like, it just fits right in. Now it's our turn to take the next step. Oh, what are we doing? We're going Journey to the West? If they're going to the East, are we Journey to the West? This is an intro into the new expansion. Yeah, the previous patch was the conclusion of the Dawn Trail main story arc. So this is now beginning a new story. This is why they're now sailing back and all this stuff. So I'm not sure what these guys are gonna do. What do we got here? Lobster. Since I'm a tank, I probably will take, I'll just take this one. Oh, wait. Man, I gotta watch my inventory. I have so many things. Wait, what is this? Level 60, 210 Gordian. I don't need that. Gordian chest coffer. I need to watch my inventory because this is I don't like to be running low on space. I have Anabaseo's gear. I need to like use this up on a lower, like a level 90 job. Okay. How far are you in Dawn Trail? Like, how close are you to being done with it? If I may, I think it prudent to discuss our future plans elsewhere. We are liable to hinder the dock workers here if we linger. Perhaps the beach would be a more appropriate venue. Oh, are we gonna go to that restaurant? Gohan immediately thinks food.
'Tis truly a beautiful place to roam.
An endless ocean and ever-changing sky. First time I saw them, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like I was walking among images from our oldest records. And beyond that horizon are more lands and more people. That one I still struggle to imagine.
We ourselves hail from beyond that horizon, in fact. Rather, most of us do. I merely thought I did.
Oh, that's right. I can only imagine how it must have felt to learn you're a native of our world.
The fact that I wasn't born in the land where I've spent most of my life has taken time to sink in. 'Twas not until I met my parents in living memory that the truth of my origin began to feel real.
Your experience is not unlike mine. When first I awoke, the realm everyone spoke of sounded nothing like my own. I had to walk its streets, live and breathe it, before I could accept and embrace my new reality.
And for me to embrace mine, I need to learn more about my people, the Milala. We should come upon more information in the course of studying the key, but as Shale's investigation of the containment complex is still ongoing, would you mind if we sought a different avenue of inquiry into the history of the Ninth?
I have no objection. What we learn will deepen our understanding of the broader picture.
Agreed. My curiosity extends well beyond our duty to assess Ascian influence.
If it is knowledge of the Ninth's past you seek, I have an idea where to begin. Alexandria was originally part of a landmass known as the Mist Continent. This continent had been left in ruins in the wake of the storm surge, with Alexandria the sole nation to survive the devastation.
The calamity of lightning that ravaged the world.
Aye. Per the sources we recovered from the Underkeep, though the conflict between nations was destructive in its own right, 'twas Levin that dealt the final blow.
No place was spared its fury, and all was chaos in the castle town. We tried to evacuate the people in airships, Otis, the knights and I, but we couldn't save everyone. Those who survived gathered within the barrier, and we took in as many foreign refugees as we could. Yet, despite the dangerous environment, our system showed that there were some few souls who ventured outside the barrier, into the lands beyond.
Beyond? But we thought that was impossible. I was under the impression the star was scoured of life, that man could not survive outside the barrier.
Going by the records, the storm surge extended to every corner of the world. Nothing and nowhere was spared. If anyone did survive out there, it would have been an unimaginable trial.
And yet, those people must have been going somewhere. What if there was a refuge, A place that weathered the storm surge and rebuilt over the intervening 4 centuries.
Given Alexandria's displacement to the source, we had neither cause nor opportunity to survey the remainder of the continent.
Living memory remains physically in the 9th. If we seek a means of egress other than the portal connecting it to Alexandria, perhaps it might lead us to the Mist Continent.
Living memory was not transported here despite being atop Everkeep. In which case, it may have been a physically independent space all along.
Meaning, another point of egress could well exist.
And if it does, someone has to be maintaining it. The mechanical soldiers, for instance.
Shall we have a chat with them and see what they know?
If it please your majesty. Will you accompany us? If we do land upon the Mist Continent, I would feel much more assured with you at our side.
I wouldn't miss it for 2 worlds.
I thought as much. Into the great unknown we go, then.
This is the start of a new adventure. You remember you were helping this tiger girl try to win an election? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean by the Dragon Ball Z tournament. It was a DBZ tournament, and the winner of the tournament gets to become the president or some such. Yeah, man. Tantrail's story is basically Dragon Ball Z. It's basically the Buu saga. Shall I upgrade to a 9070 XT from a 1600 XT? So there's a couple of advantages. You get FSR4. You get lower power consumption. Well, it's a little bit lower power consumption. You get what you do get, though, is you get significantly lower power spikes. The 6950 XT and the 6900 XT are notorious for the intermittent power spikes. But the main thing to be aware of is, hold on, RX 6950 XT. The 6950 XT, you're basically gaining anywhere from 35 to 40% performance uplift going to a 9070 XT. So the question you should ask is $600, is it worth $600 to gain 35 to 40% more performance at a similar power envelope? Although I believe in general the 9070 XT uses less power than the 6950 XT. Yeah, it's a little bit less. It's like 35 to 50 watts less power for 35 to 40% more performance. But it has the exact same VRAM, 16 gigabytes of VRAM. So you're not really getting a VRAM improvement, but you are getting a performance improvement and efficiency improvement. And you're getting more official support for things like FSR4. So if you think that is worth it, then you can upgrade, or then you should upgrade. If you have the money, you might as well. I mean, that's the way I look at it. There isn't going to be any new GPUs for a while. So what is available now is what's available next year. So we do know that the prices are going to go up. So if you're thinking of buying and you can afford to upgrade now, you should upgrade now rather than waiting around. Let's see. She's relying on the mechanical soldiers to answer her questions. Once conditions deteriorate past a certain point, an environment becomes a non-theme of life. Yet man is a resilient creature. Outside of Alexandria, our knowledge of the Ninth is limited to the storm surge and passing mentions of Lindblom. That being the case, a foray across the Mist Continent would be an invaluable opportunity for discovery. Between the Asians, the Key, and the Milala, there is much to be learned. Surely we can turn up a clue to one mystery or another. Alright, let's go. Now that's settled. I'd best be off. I still need to check for decryption errors periodically, so I can only step away for so long. With luck, I'll have plenty to share the next time we meet. Until then. Let the rest of us make ready for a potential foray and meet at Linode, Menemo. Or Menemo. Okay, let's go. Wait, what? Hold on. What is this? Arcane Artistry. That's not where I need to go. But what is this, though? We need to go to Unlost World. But there's a thing over here. Like, I don't know what... wait, there's like a quest that I never turned in or something? Man, I still have all these, what is this, a Hunter True? Is this a Hunter True? No, that's Arcane Artistry. What is this? Phantom Village. Oh, this place. Nah, get out of here. Let's get out of here. So that's what this is? Okay, I'm out. Get out of here. No, I went on the wrong boat. Let's go to Linode. Where is it? Is it here? Speak with Sphene at Linode. Through the Thunder, Unlost World. Oh, here. You have to use instant transmission to get there. I don't even know how to get there without instant transmission. That'd be like someone telling me, like, what's the Google Maps to get to King Kai's place? To go to King Kai's planet. I don't know. In fact, it would be a good time to figure out how do I get back? Sky Deep Sinnoh Inner Chamber. Oh, yeah, it's over there. You have to go to like Shaktaral or something, or that one place where Soken's like singing an opera or something. This is the mechanical soldier. Welcome to Living Memory, allied to Her Majesty. How may I help you? This clerk has made itself available to answer our questions. Clerk, if one wished to descend to the surface from here, how would they typically do so? Living Memory is currently detached from Everkeep and is operating independently while supported by its aerial suspension systems. Thus both lift and Linode-based transit is currently unavailable. I apologize for the inconvenience. Despite its ability to remain aloft, perhaps Living Memory was never intended to function in this state indefinitely. If so, we're out of luck. Not necessarily. Lifts and Linodes were likely the preferred modes of transportation, but that doesn't preclude something else. In the event of an emergency, how would we evacuate this facility? Consulting emergency systems. Living Memory's airship remains prepared to deploy should evacuation be necessary. Would your majesty likely to appropriate it? An airship? Yes, please, as soon as it's possible. With your majesty's authorization, the vessel can be ready for launch without delay. Allow me a moment to execute the bypass protocols. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, we're playing through this. We're gonna binge watch this story until it's done. Man, that's a long way down. Safety tests have been successfully completed. Setting the Gate of Remembrance as initial destination. Vessel is en route. It's like they're in a theme park. Skyscrapers. All of a sudden, this game has G Gundam vibes. Is that my ship? It was purpose-built for living memory. However, it was modeled after the vessel Your Majesty used during the Storm Surge era. A replica, still. Wait, that... I thought they were gonna put something that looked like Hilda 1 from 9. I will deploy the gangway for bordering. Watch your step. In order to reach the surface, we must pass through the storm clouds. I advise you to brace for turbulence. Wait, where is it taking them? Oh, they're flying out of living memory. They're going to the Mist Continent. If this place is actually in its own independent space. The ward Elysier gave me is reacting. Though not to the extent of the 13th, the etheric imbalance here is severe indeed. It does not serve to impress upon one. The lightning and heritage found is tame by comparison. A land where Levin reigns. He needs to check the scouter. Try to detect power levels. Whoa. It flew... Did they fly down? Like... underneath the living memory, or where did they fly to? It looks like... It looks like there's a tunnel. Oh, but the ship is up there. If you would like to return to living memory, it will be my pleasure to run the launch protocols. No, let's not go back yet. Wait a minute, what's going on here? The warding scale is truly a godsend for those of us without the blessing of light. Remind me to send my profuse thanks to Vitra and the Hanesh alchemist once more. The state of this reflection's ether is more dire than we anticipated. I should be surprised if the Asians had no hand in the war that wrought this. Yeah, the purple color looks like the Asians may have done something. They done gone and did something. That crater was once Alexandria. Oh wait, what? How did she know? That means that they are on the Mist Continent, and that also means that Lindblum should be somewhere around here. It won't be nearby, but it should be on the continent somewhere. A sobering sight, to say the least, but I shan't turn back now that we've come this far. Through the thunder. It's a huge area. Beyond the mountains, despite the ominous landscape and persistent echoes of thunder, Kryl is determined to press on. There are no structures, nor any other sign of survivors that I can see. I suspect the crater made this area unsuitable for habitation due to the increased risk of flooding. Then we should look further afield. In which direction do you think we might find a settlement? If we're at the edge of Alexandrian territory now, the closest city would be Treno, should it survive. As a city-state built on a harbor, it was a nexus of trade and it remained neutral throughout the war. We Alexandrians always felt fortunate to have it in our neighborhood. Not unlike Razatan. Ah yes, Alphino had spoken of Razatan before. It's near the South Sea Isles. Funnily enough, it was also Treno where Milala first found... Huh? Truly? Yes. And though the Milala population eventually grew, most continue to feel a strong connection to the city. I'd like to think that's... Huh? Clerk, is this ship capable of taking us to Treno? I shall run a flight simulation for the route to Treno. One moment. Simulation complete. There is a near 100% probability the ship would suffer catastrophic mechanical failure prior to arrival due to ambient lightning. My apologies. Oh, well, thank you for checking. If we cannot fly, then we shall have to walk. Treno lies beyond the mountains, but there should be routes that spare us having to climb. That cave system, for instance, assuming it hasn't collapsed. Let's try there first. They have to walk to Treno. This is so Final Fantasy IX in the 21st century. This is straight up Final Fantasy IX. For real. So Kryl's people are basically Vivi? So wait, hold on a second. Does that imply that she is a descendant of Vivi? Of Final Fantasy IX? Huh. What say you? Eager though I am to seek new discoveries, the prospect of walking in circles for days on end does not appeal. We are fortunate to have Sphene. Of late, I've spent much of my time hunched over reports. A brisk trek across the wasteland shall make for a refreshing change of pace. The place where my people first arrived, and I shall soon see it in person. This tunnel appears intact. Though we have no way of knowing what it's like further in. Mind you stay alert for beasts as well. Given the barren surrounds, they're surely ravenous. Mist Wake. Alright, we're gonna have to run Mist Wake. We have to form a group, guys. Yeah, we're going in. Alright, who am I gonna take with me? I can take 3 out of the 4 of them with me. I am the tank. Well, let's see who's what. Sphene is a healer.
I too can fight.
She is a Zoomancer. That's a job that's not actually available for players to even use. Kryle's Pictomancer. And Y'shtola's Sorcerer. Or Sorceress. So we got a Sorceress, a Pictomancer, Zoomancer. If we bring Graha, Graha is an all-rounder. He can be anything.
I stand ever ready.
He can be a healer.
I too can fight.
Oh wait, he can't be a DPS? Wait, how come it says all-rounder though? So I can't make him be... Okay, he can only be a tank or a healer. Interesting.
I won't let you
So
down.
it's gonna be me and the 3 girls because he cannot be a DPS apparently. Alright. It requires item level 735 and I am 751, so I can do this. Let's go. Member selection available. Okay. What's taking so long? Oh. Alright. Here we go. New dungeon. Hey, it does have Final Fantasy IX's battle theme playing in the background. A version of it. Yeah, this is the Final Fantasy IX battle theme. Like I said, this is Final Fantasy IX. Alright, I'm going in as a tank. Time to power up. Check this out. Hey, hold on. It actually has that music. Yeah, this is the music of Final Fantasy IX. For those who played Final Fantasy IX, they can recognize this. Well, let's go pull some more people. Since I'm the tank, let's go pull some more. Yeah, there's more people coming in here. Wait, these aren't people. What are these things? Mistway Crawler. I think this is the one dungeon that I'm missing, so once I complete this, I'll be back on Expert. But I'm not on Expert because I'm missing this. Yeah, if you're a fan of Final Fantasy IX, you'll probably like the post storyline of Dawntrail.
Brace yourself!
I got my Arc Veiled weapon in my Monster Hunter style. Look at this Arc Veiled right here. Oh, speaking of Arc Veiled, there's a 9070 XD Arc Veiled for you. We talked about it yesterday. grab these. Get over, come over here. Yeah. I heard one of them do like a basic heal on me. Someone cast like a cure 1. Really? Really? The only thing, so when you play with the AI, I only get this one-time chance to do this with AI. And because I'm playing with tank, I like for other players. But, I mean, you'll clear faster. You'll definitely clear faster with humans compared to AI. But we're playing with these guys just because this is the one time I can do it. And it's also lore. We're doing it for the lore.
Take that!
I wonder, do they do this on purpose? They make the NPCs have jobs that you can't actually play as. Like Y'shtola's a sorceress. And that's kind of like a black mage. Her limit break is the same thing. This game has held up pretty well, man. I was looking at gameplay of Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation looks very disappointing. It's supposed to be a next generation MMO, but it looks worse than this. A game from 2013. Alright, boss fight, here we go. What? It puts this lame music from Dawntrail? Why? Like, why can't it be the Final Fantasy IX boss theme? I guess the final one will be that way? I don't know. Ashes of Creation. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Oh, was I not supposed to destroy that? Oh, get behind this, right? You get to level 10 in Ashes and you just farm mobs. That sounds awful. Someone told me that there's nothing to do in that game. Like, they were telling me that the questing in WoW Classic is better. Bedeviling Light. Terra Online has promising graphic design, but can die now. Treno. Oh yeah, this is the monster that you encounter in Final Fantasy IX in the field. It's a Treno. Yeah. Our DPS is super low because we're not playing with humans. The AI, their rotation, Y'shtola's doing like 25% less damage than an actual person playing with Black Mage, it seems. Now we got all casters. I'm the only melee. Everyone's a caster except me. They have quests till about level 10. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Corral's over there by herself. Oh, no. Why does she stand, like, so close to him? She's like, I can't really see where I'm standing. The nice thing about me doing this by myself, I get all the gear. Item level 755. I can totally use that. That's literally, okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna use that for my caster role. Yeah, that's good. They have quests till at level 10. Yeah, see, someone was telling me that, like, all they had to do, the bar to entry was so low. Like, all they had to do was duplicate what WoW Classic did from a leveling perspective. Just do your Elven Forest levels, then go do your Westland levels, your quest lines in Westfall, then go do your Lakeshire, you know, do all those things. But it's like, no, they wanted to make it player-driven, BS, whatever, nonsense thing. Like, the problem with that type of game, like, trying to make it quote-unquote player-driven is never going to work long-term, because you need to have some kind of structure in place to basically ground the player base to the game. Like, if you just make it, oh, well, it's dynamic, the players will determine what you do. Yeah, no, that's not how MMOs work. I mean, that's experimental, and it sounds good on paper, but it's going to be an utter failure in practice. So that game, as far as I'm concerned, I was interested in that game, but everything I've heard about it is just off-putting and very disappointing. And people wonder why, like, the average gamer just plays old games. They wonder why. I wonder why.
Brace yourself!
Apparently the old games did things better for some reason. People seem to know what they were doing. I don't know. What do you think of Ash's creation? I personally am not impressed with it, and I wanted to play that so badly. And then everyone has told me bad things. I have not heard. I've heard more bad than I've heard good. And I don't. And the excuse of, oh, it's early access. Well, if you're charging people money for early access, if they're paying money for early access, it's not free, then it better be in a presentable state that has enough content to be worthy of spending money on it. Because Baldur's Gate 3 was early access for like a year and a half before it finally went public. And from the moment it was early access, it was already in a good, like, in good light with the player base. So, I don't know, man. It's just very disappointing. Ooh, that's good. New ring. Automatic upgrade. Item level 752. Wait, where are we going? Oh, that's Treno. Wait, Treno's all messed up? Looks like it's messed up. We came from over there, the mountain. These things don't look like they're native. I just find it hard to believe that after all these years, there hasn't been a single developer that's been able to make a game like an MMO that has more widespread appeal than World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy. And I feel like Final Fantasy doesn't even really have that widespread appeal that it had in the past. Neither does WoW. But yet, no one's been able to make a game. Like the Chinese gacha games,
Gloves are off.
even though it's a different genre, they have had more mainstream appeal than any of these MMOs like Ashes of Creation in the last 5 years. It's crazy to think that that's where gaming is going. Amdusius. Am I supposed to stand behind it? How did I got a vulnerability. I did something wrong. I guess I was supposed to go behind it. Okay, now I'm... Oh, I see. Okay, so basically 75% of the field gets hit with a nail. Poison. Go with me.
Gloves are off.
IO2. Ooh, gloves of fending. Oh, if I hadn't gotten my raid gear on the previous time that we streamed Final Fantasy, I actually could use that. Yeah, it looks... The set from this place looks pretty good. 755. Man. That's pretty good for players who took a break for a long time. This place helps them get caught up. Treno citizens.
Gloves are off.
get all of them. I don't care. Just get all of them. Yeah, you fucking handle all of them.
Gloves are off.
There's a living liquid over there. What is the max level in Ashes of Creation? I got 3 of these big guys. These guys are tanky. On him. Bam. Oh, the auction house. It's the auction house. Thundergust Griffin. Wasn't this thing supposed to be in the outer continent? Oh wait, no, it was in Mist Continent, but it was also in outer continent. Alright, this is it. Final boss. We're going in, mapping of the realm, this way. Thunder Spark, dude. Goes to some area. Okay.
Try this!
Uh-oh. Tornado. Tornado, I can see it. Whoa, that's very the tolerance on that man. Thundering roar. That was good. That was good. Thundering roar. They could have stayed back there.
This is going to leave a mark.
Alright, she's doing a limit break. Here it comes. Oh, he got what? He dodged it? Final Fantasy IX was one of the best. Oh, I like it as a Final Fantasy IX victory fanfare. Yeah, that's Final Fantasy IX music right there. Okay, we made it. We made it to what I think is the auction house. Yeah, this is the auction house in Treno. The healing gear. Got some good upgrades.
And the perimeter is clear. Good work, everyone. And a big thank you to our helpers, whoever you are. Now, we have a tiny bit of clearing up ahead of us. You know what to do.
Our helpers, were we being watched?
So the city endures, and it is in much better shape than expected.
Impressive, considering the destruction without. The people here must have gone to great lengths to maintain all of this.
Their barrier resembles that of Alexandria, though it is smaller in scale. And not quite as effective, if the breach we witnessed is any indication. I fear such incidents may be common here.
Thunderous heavens! It's been years since we've had visitors. I am Miaili, the Mayor of Treno. Allow me to welcome you to our city. And thank you for the assistance with our little monster problem just now. Might I ask your name, miss? Though I have an inkling I know it already.
But of course, I am Sphene of Alexandria.
As I thought. It truly beggars belief. I once heard the strangest of reports from one of ours who went to Alexandria, you see. That despite the intervening years, the Queen had not aged a day. And sure enough, I'd swear you'd stepped out of an old oil portrait mere moments ago. Though you must forgive me if this takes some getting used to. It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. I look forward to hearing the tale from your own lips. I imagine it won't be an easy one to tell. But please. What happened to Alexandria?
I see. From your perspective, it must have looked as though we were wiped from the face of the star.
One day, we lost all contact with our people in Alexandria. Scouting parties sent to investigate reported that not only the barrier, but Alexandria itself was gone. Nary a stone to mark where it had stood.
What you must have gone through, not knowing what became of us. But know that Alexandria yet survives, albeit in a distant land. Her and her people. I can tell you the whole tale from beginning to end, but first, might I ask your permission to remain in Treno for a time?
Of course you can. You and your companions have already done us a great service, and are more than welcome to enjoy our hospitality. Now, how about we continue this at Town Hall? We needn't keep standing in the middle of the street.
I shall join them. Even with the precautions we've taken, it remains to be seen if Sven's condition will remain stable. I suspect, however, that the rest of you would rather be out and about. Consider this my blessing.
In light of our purpose here, the tour of the city is indeed in order.
I presume you have no objection? With your permission, then. But before we go... allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Kryl, and I hope to learn more of this city and its people. Would it offend if we were to ask a few questions? Perhaps as we work alongside you, aiding you in whatever ways you may require.
You needn't fret. Treno folk are as friendly as they come. As for aid, if you're willing, you might speak with my grandson Lummel. That was his voice you heard earlier. You'll find him serving herbal remedies to the others.
Thank you for your guidance. We shall seek him out first.
Okay, so those two went inside the town hall. We will be talking to some people outside. Man, it must be awful for them to live like this, where they can't see the sky, because they have to have this barrier to protect from the lightning. This is like, these people live in like Fallout, or they live in like Metro Last Light. That's what it seems like. Yeah, that Treno theme, the Treno theme is playing. So unless you want to play Final Fantasy IX. At some point I will do a retro stream where we'll be streaming retro games. I don't know, maybe Final Fantasy IX will be on that list. We might be doing like PS1 games. Why, if it isn't our new friends, thank you for making sure our work and our foes. If you've gone to the trouble of seeking me out, I can only assume it's for a good reason. Yeah. You want to help me? Odd, but I'll consider it before anything else, though. I must insist you drink our signature remedy. Sleepless Rhapsody. Everyone's a fan. You may find it the teeniest touch too sour for your taste, but it'll set you all right. Just tip it down your throat. Bloodborne, put it on. That's PlayStation 4. I'm gonna have to break it up. I'm gonna have to do like PS1 retro, PS2 retro, PS3 retro, PS4 retro. Bloodborne technically isn't really retro. That game is 10 years old. But Final Fantasy IX is like 25 years old. It's like there's a whole level of difference there. It won't hurt, you have my word, but since it's your first cup, maybe don't stray too far before you drink it. Oh, and don't turn your back. For best results, you understand. Drink the Sleepless Rhapsody under Lungo's watchful eye. What do you think, Ryle? Is this custom meant to raise the townfolk's spirits after a trying event? Does it serve some ritual function? He seems awfully keen on not partaking. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to drink this thing. Surely we can survive a simple beverage. Surely. I don't know. Alright, I'll drink it. They all drink it at the same time. Why do they have to drink it all in sync like that?
Well, what do you think? It's a traditional Malala recipe.
Delicious?
No need to pretend. I'm not that thin-skinned. Just do your best to keep it down.
I'm put in mind of the gelatin I had at the studium. Nutritious, they assured me.
It's nutritious.
I can relate all too well. It's not unlike the syrup Leader used to make. Black as pitch and sour as sin. Though, there's no better cure for fatigue.
You know, Raha, going to bed at a reasonable hour would be the best cure. Oh, that's... I do feel shockingly refreshed.
Perhaps it stimulates the body's ability to process ether and hastens regenerative functions.
Indeed, it does. It also counteracts some of the effects of excess lightning, and helps to calm the nerves besides.
Which is why you serve it whenever there's a breach in the barrier.
Our Malala ancestors came from the lushest of lands, so they developed all sorts of natural remedies. We strive to carry on their traditions. And I'm sure you see why. Really hits the spot, doesn't it? Now, welcome to Treno.
Okay. I see how drinking that would be unifying. And it is impressive that they have maintained the tradition here so far from Malala's native lands. Given its ability to counteract lightning's influence on the body, that remedy could be of use to the people of Alexandria as well. I'm certain Lumul would be more than happy to offer it to them. I forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? Well, I'm Lumul. That was me announcing our victory earlier, and since Grandmother sent you to help with repairs, you'll know I'm her grandson. I'm in charge of resolving any problems the people of Treno may have. My favorite kinds of work include taste testing menu items, carrying medium-sized objects, searching for lost possessions of immense value. Oh, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Interesting. He wants to offer me a stone. What are these? The lost seeing stones. I guess I'll take this one. Wait, do I already have... Wait, I already got one of these. I don't really play caster though, but this is going to take up another inventory slot. Whatever, just grab this seal speed. You may now enter Mistwek with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the Trust interface. Why is it that it required me to do all of that to unlock that? Around the city. Ah, yes, the repairs. Are you certain you want to be put to work? If you've come all the way to visit us, you must have had more important things in mind, and you've already helped protect the city. Actually, our goal was to ascertain the present state of the Mist Continent. The whole continent? Did you come from across the sea? Not exactly. We've actually come from Alexandria. Alexandria? Are you quite sure? No, sorry, of course you're sure. Would be rude of me to doubt you. It's just, it's not every day we get visitors, let alone from a nation that up and vanished. I know that it must come as something of a shock. This is our first time in Treno, and we should like to get to know the city and its people. That is why we propose lending a hand to those in need. I see. In that case, why don't you help distribute this remedy to the rest of our people? Ordinarily, everyone would have already come for a cup, but the fiends made quite a mess this time. Might be a while before some can step away. Never fear, though. Even if their hands are busy, I'll be more than happy to spare a few words for fascinating folk from afar. You would appreciate it. Thank you, Lemol. You're the ones doing me a favor, honestly. Here, take this. I'll deliver some to Town's Hall, so you can tend to areas you haven't seen yet. Alright, so very similar to what we had to do when we were in that one place last time, back in Alexandria. Like Miali, Lumul seemed taken aback by mention of Alexandria. Perhaps they had friends or loved ones who disappeared along with it. If we split up, we can spend more time speaking with the locals while ensuring everyone receives the remedy promptly. Could you each take a portion? Rest assured that I can handle pouring liquid into a cup. I too should be glad to dole out a few servings. Wonderful, let me divide this up. Okay. And you? Oh, okay. Gohan, why don't you make rounds of the southern part of the city? Raha and I shall tend to the north. Right, let's go and acquire some insights. Alright, well they're going north, I have to go south. Which means I gotta go back to the way we... I gotta go back the way we came. This place is pretty depressing because there's no sun. There's no, like, actual sky. This thing fell in the water. You must be one of those visitors Lumul mentioned. Odd place to be visiting, though. Here, have some of this. Oh, you came to deliver this remedy. Thank you kindly. I was hauling beast carcasses in for processing and copped a good dose of discharged energy from my troubles. It brought on the Levin sickness, something fierce. Something fierce. Still, we don't go hunting outside the barrier, so we don't want to waste any part of the creatures that find their way in. Pelts, they're highly charged with lightning. Ether are the most valuable, of course. Tan them with the right stuff and you can turn them into protective clothing that keeps you from getting zapped. The beasts you felled will all be put to good use. Thanks again. This place is for the little people. Wait, there's like a big door and a little door. There's a fresh face if I ever saw one, and what's that on your hand? It's for you. Here you go. Oh, don't mind if I do. Safety inspections take priority, but the battle doesn't feel over until I've had a cup of sleepless rhapsody. I'm proud to say that I have some small part in preparing it too. The herbs come from my very own growery. One of the greatest discoveries of our time is that seeds carried in by invading creatures can be cultivated into remarkable plants. Plants with the potential to mitigate the lightning's effects. And with as many hides as we have this time, not to mention stomachs, it's entirely possible we'll find new varieties of herbs among our harvest. Okay. You know, who lives in the big door? Who goes through the big door? Because that's like twice the size of a normal here. You're that mighty monster slayer I saw earlier. It's an honor. This is a reflective fighter. The title is Reflective Fighter. And you've brought sleepless rhapsody. Bless you, I'm dead on my feet after that battle. We don't usually have that many beasts breaking through at once. Practice keeps one's skills sharp though, so in a way, I'm glad for it. And I learned a thing or two from watching you. Oh, I can hardly wait to get to work on my grimoire. I have a number of ideas for improved geometries. The thoughtful application of new learning is what keeps our ancestors' magic alive and flourishing. I'm not really learning anything new. I mean, okay, what I've learned is that there's a garden. That guy has a garden. They have people who do research. And, this guy's a carpenter or something? Or no, he was like a leather worker. I mean, it seems like pretty standard stuff for a place like this. Oh, they're back. Finished with your supply of remedy as well, have you? I expect the scent will linger on our clothing for days. Between the three of us, we ought to have covered every area aside from Lemul's. One of the people I spoke with asked me to pass something along to him, but he hasn't returned yet. In the meantime, shall we discuss what we've learned?
Fascinating. I appreciate your thoroughness in recounting the details. I too learned much, as I helped to treat the injured's wounds. The Malala's curative magics appear identical to Spheen's. This means that either her tutor was a Malala as well, or that the art had spread all throughout the Ninth. Then there are the symbols and tomes, which are highly reminiscent of Arcanima. If these elements indeed originated with the arcane geometries of the South Sea Isles, as in the source, 'tis curious that they have developed in so similar a manner on this shard.
Mind you don't share that with any other graduates of the Faculty of the Arcane, lest they beat you to publication.
Did you learn aught of note, Raha?
I spoke with one of Treno's storekeepers about how they obtain their supplies. Though they are few and far between, Other settlements yet exist on the Mist Continent, with a rail system facilitating the flow of goods between them. Unfortunately, barrier breaches trigger an emergency failsafe on the main line, so the train is presently stopped at a midway point until operations can resume. There are also maritime routes, but they see only occasional use. Often, as now, Treno must make do with what is to hand.
In addition to this constant state of scarcity, much of Treno's populace suffers from Levin sickness, not to mention the frequent attacks on the city and the resulting casualties. Yet everyone we've spoken with seems undaunted by these hardships. They are not only surviving, they are happy in spite of it all.
Where there is life, there is hope. And when one believes in a better future, a tomorrow even the slightest bit brighter than today, there is naught to be done but build it. Until, stone by stone, a city rises.
A noble city with noble purpose.
Is aught the matter, Lommel?
I think I've dropped something and now I can't find it anywhere. I'm doomed.
Oh, is it this by chance? While I was distributing the remedy, I was asked to pass it along to you.
Yes! That's it! Yes! I'm not doomed.
Is that a tracking device?
You've a keen eye for technology. This thing picks up on the ether of the creatures that get through the barrier.
That explains how you knew when they'd been vanquished.
Exactly. It shouldn't show anything now, but I can switch it on like so. No, 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 no! She's going to kill me! Say, how'd you like to meet my sister Ayane? She's an electro engineer, so she knows all sorts of interesting stuff.
I take it she also built that device.
Oh yes, that's my sister. She's a genius. Everyone says so. And she won't kill me in front of other people. Probably. I mean, wouldn't it be interesting to watch her work? Maybe you can even help. It'd be, you know, edifying? Please! I beg you! Please!
I suppose that's that then.
You think Where Winds Meet does it good? Where Winds Meet is like a hybrid game though. It's not like an actual MMO, as far as I could tell. It's kind of like Genshin in that regard. Because Genshin's not really an MMO, but it has multiplayer. To work. All right.
Our visitors. Thanks for lending a hand earlier, but what brings you here? Lummel, what did you do?
You know that, advanced monster tracking, what's it? It may be a teeny tiny bit,
You broke it again? How many times must I tell you that we're running low on electrope? I'm an engineer, not a bloody miracle worker.
I beg your forgiveness. I'm on my knees and everything, see? And since we have guests, can't you let it slide? Just this once?
He dragged you here just so I wouldn't tan his hide, didn't he? You'd never believe he's the elder sibling. I'm so sorry.
Please, don't be. We're glad for the opportunity to meet you. And Lummel mentioned that you might have some work we could assist with.
There are guests, Lummel, not servants. Must we have the manners talk again?
Please don't misunderstand. We asked to help, that we might learn what life is like in Treno. And with your expertise, we also hoped you could tell us more of how the city utilizes electrope.
If that's the way of it, then I'd be happy to share what I know.
When you spoke earlier, it sounded as if Treno had little electrope to spare. It's difficult to procure, I take it.
We never have as much as we need. And much of what we do have is repurposed. You'll find me digging through the scrap heap whenever some vital device or another breaks down. Repairing that old barrier should be our highest priority. But we just don't have enough electrope on hand to do a proper job.
And the longer we go without access to the mine, the worse it'll get. If only we could scare those beasts away.
Did we not pass through a mine on the way here?
Indeed, and it should be clear of monsters now.
You got rid of them? Just like that?
So, the mine is safe for mining again?
Hooray! Leave the mining to your big brother. All you have to do is fix the tracker.
Yes, very well. If you go, do be careful. And once you get the machinery up and running, make sure to send some electrobe over to the barrier service station.
Though we've cleared the mine, there is no telling what else waits outside the barrier. Shall I accompany you?
I'm so glad you asked. Seriously, I don't know what I'd do if I'd had to go alone.
As we did pass through but recently, I expect Raha can keep him safe without our help. In the meantime, shall we assist Ayane with her repair work?
I entirely forgot to ask your names. Do forgive me. I'm Kryle, and this is Gohan. Accompanying Lumul is Grahatia, our own technology enthusiast. It's lovely to meet you. It feels strange putting you to work, but I'd be lying if I said I don't need the help. In the wake of an event like this, I presume a great deal of labor is required to restore everything to working order. The volume of fixes that need making is one matter, but I could handle it if it weren't for these legs of mine. The paralysis flares up every now and then. Paralysis? I can manage a bit of shuffling from one station to the other on a good day, but I usually leave racing around the city to my brother. With him off to the mine, though, someone else needs to take care of the lightning sprites. They've drawn to the discharge ether of slain creatures. I'd offer you the detector to make tracking them down easier, but seeing as Lamal has managed to break it yet again, I do have this, though. Toss some at a sprite, and you can suppress its ability to sense ether nearby. That usually gets them wandering out of the city. Okay. So we needn't fight them? We find it safer not to. When threatened, they'll siphon energy from facilities we need to keep our medical services running, or emit bursts that overload nearby systems. For the same reason, I recommend you stick to thoroughfares that will allow you to spot them well in advance. Understood. Well, want to split up again and cover more ground? Are you ready to go? Hey Marcelo, what's going on? Alright, let's go and do this. We're in Final Fantasy IX in Treno. I like how they stayed so true to it. Like, even the way that the walkway looks like Treno. It's got Treno style. I'm surveying the vantage point. Though you scan the area thoroughly, you see no lightning sprites. Though you scan the area thoroughly, you see no lightning sprites. What? Lightning sprites. The time to test your tossing arm has arrived. The tossing arm. Gotta throw it at him. Boom. Oh. Eh? Huh? Where'd he go? Latol. Lotol. While you're passing through, you should chuck a coin in that fountain over there. It's supposed to be good luck. Treno has quite a few coin-based superstitions. Comes with the territory of being a trading port, I guess. Come to think of it, I wouldn't be surprised if the fountain thing was started by merchants hoping for good luck with their sales. Oh, really? Well, I don't see any lightning sprites around. I'm just going along with what the people are wanting to do. I see there's like a lot of water. Very much like the Treno. Man, Final Fantasy IX needs like a remaster. That game was a special game. 25-year-old game. Really good. Oh man, alright, hold on. Cracker grenade. Gundam Battle Assault 2. Okay, I got that one and run away. Toss a coin to the Witcher. Here we go. Okay. Oh. This seems to lead back into the field. Oh, this is the garden. Or the ranch or something. Hmm? Tomat. Welcome, newcomer. This is our little patch of pasture right here. We raise birds mostly. They give us a good supply of eggs and meat, but more importantly, their feathers make the softest pillows. Okay. Alright, well, I think I got rid of all of them. Where's your British accent? Why do I need to use the British accent? That was some random NPC that we'll probably never talk to ever again. You're talking about that, the one NPC over there? Yeah, we gotta use the British accent when we're talking, like when Y'shtola and Thancred and Urianger are around. Urianger's name sounds like is that like a French name or something? I remember when I first read that name, I pronounced that name Uranger. Uranger. Instead of Urianger. This is like, wait, how do you say this guy's name? And it wasn't until you heard the name said in the voiced cutscene that oh, that's how the name is pronounced. Welcome back. Were there many sprites? Yeah, there was like a few of them. Just a handful on your route then, could be worse. Still, it's important to keep the city free of them. We're much obliged. Oh, they're offering me some food. I don't have this. I don't have this either. Cinnamon cream coffee. What is this? Churrasco. Churrasco, what is that? Okay, let's get some of that. We're running out of inventory. Wonderful. I am going to need... Hold on. Put this here. I'm still gonna need more inventory spaces. In her heart. Hold on, how many quests have I done so far? with the wins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've done 5. We've done 5. Let me see. How many are there total? There's 9. So we have 4 more. Oh, barbecue. Yeah, because all the food in this expansion is like South American food. Cryle is taking a while. Being new to the city, if something were to happen, she wouldn't know where to go for help. Would you check on her? She started off in the direction of Town Hall. Here we go again. Vantage points. Serving. Though there are several diminutive folk about, none appears to be Cryle. Perhaps one of them spotted her passing through. An affable local. You're looking a mite lost there, lad. Aught I can help with? I'm looking for a Milala friend of mine. A Milala? Seen quite a few of them today. Isn't he one of them? I presume you mean Cryle. Had a grand old chat with her earlier. Not to mention she saved my hide. Can't believe I missed that lightning sprite till it was right on top of me. It's thanks to her I got out unscathed. Bit awkward striking up a conversation after that. It's been a while since I talked to anyone. She's a kind lass, good at putting folks at ease. When we were done chatting, she went off towards the canal. Had a touch of melancholy about her, though. Didn't think it was something I said, but I knew that if it was, saying more wouldn't help. I reckon she'd welcome the company. Okay. I guess we're going... instead of going there, we're going this way. So something happened. Oh, this is the way to the lighthouse. Yeah, this is so much like Treno. This is straight up Treno from 9 in a 3D environment.
Ah, were you looking for me? I only intended to sit down for a moment, but I must have lost track of time. Will you lend me your ear? The source, and the 9th. Someday I will have to decide which one to call home. The thought has lingered like a storm cloud in my mind. I've tried to ignore it, remind myself that we have more important matters to contend with, but I cannot keep drifting between these worlds forever. When I first learned the truth of my past, I assumed it would have no bearing on my future. The source was my home, and the students of Baldessian my purpose. But after meeting my parents, It struck me that to simply choose the source would be to abandon them. And not only them, but a home I could have loved, had my life gone as it should have. That is why I had to learn more of this place, and the me I could have been.
And now that you have...
I feel even less certain than before. Though we are strangers to them, these people have welcomed us as if we are their own. It's like speaking with old friends. And knowing now the challenges they face, what would it say about me if I just left them behind and returned to the source? Is that who I am? Who I was meant to be? Or is this where I belong?
My opinion is I think Kryl is meant to be in the source because that's where she grew up. When your FPS is at native 4K is 4050 on NVIDIA, do you prefer tuning it? So if it's in the 40s, I would typically probably lower the resolution using quality preset. But if it's 50s, like 50 to 60, I would try the frame gen and see if that feels smooth enough. Because if that smooths it out enough by doubling it up to like 100 FPS, then that's probably the way to go. But I would say if it's less than 50 FPS, then I would probably look at using an upscaler preset to increase the base frame rate. So in general, the closer it is to 30, I would use the upscaler. The closer it is to 60 while being under 60, I would look at using frame gen. But you're saying in this scenario, you're talking about an average of around 45 frames per second. In that instance, I would probably use the upscaler first and see what happens when you use the upscaler before trying to use frame gen. Just because the upscaler doesn't affect your latency, the frame latency, where frame gen does. So you always go with upscaler first, but you know, when you're closer to 60 FPS, that means sometimes you're going to be above 60 FPS, and in that scenario, if you turn on frame gen, you're doubling up to like 120 frames per second. So you may not notice much of a difference in terms of frame latency. It really just kind of depends. It also depends on the game. Some games, like for example, Monster Hunter Wilds, if I'm playing the game at native 4K, and if my frame rate is dipping below 60, but it's like 51, 53, somewhere around there, I would just turn on frame gen, and I would just keep the resolution the way it is. But if it's a different game, like if, for example, if it's like Battlefield 6, I would prefer not to use frame gen, if at all possible. So I would, in that case, I would start adjusting the resolution using the upscaler. So it depends on the game. I guess the ultimate answer is it depends on the game. But my rule of thumb is if I don't know the game, if the average frame rate is closer to 30, I would adjust the upscaler. If the average frame rate is closer to 60, but it is under 60, I would use frame gen. Thank you for listening. I'm a little less afraid to face the answer now, wherever it may be. And when I find it, I hope you'll be there. But we've kept Ayane waiting long enough. Let's hurry back. I think Kryle is going through some kind of self-discovery, identity crisis thing. But I think ultimately she belongs in the source because that is where she grew up. Her attachment to this place is, I don't know, like recent and very limited at best. But that's my opinion. As the Warrior of Light. I'm glad you're both back safe and sound. Now we can relax until my brother does the same. With your friend escorting him, he can't get himself into too much trouble. Unless he tumbles down the stairs into town again, I suppose.
That reminds me. The structures near the barrier all seem to be designed for Milala. Is there a reason that those in the center of the city are so much larger?
Oh yes. The center is the oldest part of Treno, built by the Hewn and the Eldite before the Milala came.
So Treno predates the Milala's arrival?
The mayor at the time was kind enough to take our ancestors in, and gave them leave to establish their own residential quarter.
Yet I have seen naught but Milala since we came to the city. Where did the other peoples go?
Alexandria. In the closing days of the storm surge, when death and destruction were everywhere, they believed it would be safer. Treno didn't have a barrier at first, you see. But one of our industrious brethren had served as tutor in the royal household, and returned to us with knowledge of the barrier's design. It's thanks to him that the city survives to this day.
Might I ask a more personal question? We previously uncovered some records pertaining to the Milala's past. In them, it was written that the Milala left their paradise of eternal summer when a great calamity froze their isles. Understandably, all were not content to leave their homeland behind. Some attempted to return using the same power that had brought them here, but they found the way closed to them. Never again has the golden path opened that allowed their ancestors to flee to safety. Tell me, were that golden path to open once more, and you were to find the Milala homeland restored to its former glory, would you go back?
I'd certainly like to see that paradise of eternal summer for myself. Who wouldn't? But it wouldn't be going back. After all, my one and only home is here. Treno, this run-down, beat-up, beautiful city.
You truly love it, don't you?
Do you know what the speaker said when the Milala came to this place? O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. We never forgot those words. Not my ancestors, nor my grandmother, nor my brother and me. That boundless optimism, that communal spirit, that is Treno. No matter what comes or how hard it gets, we'll choose joy over fear and stand together. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
nowhere else you'd rather be. Perhaps it really is as simple as listening to your heart.
All right, toward trouble. That was interesting. That quest was basically just 2 cutscenes. Earlier, you said that your brother couldn't get into too much trouble if he was with Raha, but how much trouble is that precisely? One would think they ought to have returned by now. Conversely, I hadn't expected to see the 2 of you again so soon. I take it Miaya's curiosity is sated. For the moment, I gave her a brief account of the situation in Alexandria, and as well as events involving the key. She was most interested in the latter. In fact, it seems she knew of the relic long before we did, and wishes to discuss it with everyone. Should love to go straight away, but we are awaiting Raha's return. As we speak, Mialis herself is making her rounds to the city. Something is taking longer. Something is keeping those 2 from arriving. I just know it. Something's wrong. I wasn't certain if we should divulge any information concerning the key, but Alexandria's present location is difficult to explain without mentioning it. Fortunately, it turned out for the best. Yeah, because it's literally in a different dimension. I have a mind to re-establish diplomatic relations with Treno, but it goes without saying that there are logistical challenges given our respective locations. The least of these is that any travel would require passage through Tural. To begin with, I shall have to consult the Goosen and the Vow of Resolve. Really? Oh, that's right, because they're like in the South America place. Yeah, I remember now. If the Milala arrived in Treno immediately after fleeing the source, I can understand how its mayor might be privy to knowledge of the key, particularly when the mayor is Milala herself. Alexandria, the kingdom past the mountains, the one that vanished? I had wondered where you lot came from, but that wasn't my first guess, or my 5th, for that matter. Where are those 2?
We're back! The mine is in working order, I'm pleased to say. Electrope is being delivered for the barrier even as we speak.
Have you 2 finished regaling the mayor?
We have. Though she has her own story to tell. Of the key, in fact. We thought you might like to join us at the...
This is an evacuation alert. All citizens, please proceed to emergency shelters. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelters. The Doom train is approaching. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelters.
The Doom train? Wasn't that one of Lindblom's weapons of war?
You know of it?
I've never seen it myself, but according to Zelenia, it was an armored vehicle used to transport war beasts to the front. In order to prevent them from running wild ere their deployment, a powerful arcane entity was housed in the engine.
The end of the war didn't slow it one bit. Quite the contrary. Fueled by lightning ether, it's been speeding across the continent ever since. The Doom train and its beasts bring death and destruction everywhere it goes. It's a veritable calamity on rails. It passed near Trenno some years ago, claiming many lives, including our parents. I must go and repair the barrier as swiftly as possible. Without it, we haven't got a chance.
You can't be serious! You'll never finish in time, and you'll be right in its path.
I have to try. For Trenno.
Yane, no!
It seems my services are required once more.
I'll go with you. Perhaps my knowledge of Electrope will be of use.
I wish I were a fighter like you two. Keep her safe, will you? Please?
While destroying the Doom Train would be preferable, we should seek to delay its advance at the very least.
You can't be thinking of fighting it head-on. That's madness!
Well, now I have to do it.
If your mind is made up, there may be a way. There's a freight depot not far from us. We can use the train that's stopped there.
Raha mentioned that before, did he not?
The Doom train will have to pass through the depot to reach Trenno. And since the evacuation alert was only just triggered, we might be able to reach it first.
So we commandeer this freight train, match our speed to the enemy's, and use it as a platform from which we launch a sustained counteroffensive. Is that your proposal?
It'd be better than trying to smash the bloody thing before it runs us all over. And if it might save Ayane, I'll do whatever it takes. Let me drive the train. That will leave you free to concentrate on the fight.
Lumel.
I need to grab a few things. Meet me by the gate.
While it is not our nature to stand idle at a time like this, we should first consider how best to apply individual skills. You tried Title Update 4? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do. There's 2 new hunts. There's Gagmazios. So that's the Gagmazios raid. And then they just recently added Arch-Tempered Jindahad. If anyone can stop the speeding weapon of war, it is Gohan. But we must also recognize the threat posed by its company of beasts. Its influence is so powerful that even as it barrels ahead, enthralled creatures continue to follow it, and the train may well gather additional minions as it draws near. There's no telling how many will charge into Trenno's gate, so we should prepare for the worst. Perhaps Shishtola and I ought to remain on guard here. I'm inclined to agree. Gohan, while you remove the head of this metal serpent, we will attend to the defense of the city. Oh, well, I gotta do it myself. Among other things, we must do what we can to ensure the citizens get to shelter before the fighting begins. Wait a minute, hold on. So, that means I'm gonna have to do this by myself. No one's gonna be helping. Alright. That's surprising. Doom Train. Doom Train was the Final Fantasy VIII summon. I don't remember that being an enemy in Final Fantasy IX. Oh wait, you can use your mount? We can't fly though. Cargo operator. Right, the place we're headed is the Bentini Depot. Although China has its own railway station, our assailants from earlier left it in need of significant repairs. Thus we'll be taking over cargo. My friend has here volunteered for the mission, and yes, I did explain the dangers. The cargo is equipped with a portable barrier, and frankly, I am great at my job. I guarantee our safety during the ride. What happens once we get to Bentini, well, that's your problem. It certainly is. Let me know when you're ready. How many of these do I have? I have like 41 criticals. 41 criticals, 22 determinations. Let's take a determination. Man, I only got like 3 slots in my inventory. Alright, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I actually need to go and like clear some inventory, but we can do that after we unlock it. Where we call home. Ready? Let's go. I'll have us there in a flash. Do keep any limbs you're attached to. Alright, let's go.
This is it. You'll be riding that flat car at the rear of the train. I'll be all the way at the front, pushing her as fast as she can go. The Doom train moves at breakneck speed. If we're too slow, it'll plow right through us. Speaking of which, we'd best get underway before it does just that. Don't forget you're fighting for Ayane. For all of Treno.
Hell on rails. You know, this is really abrupt. Just out of nowhere, a Doom train. Like, what? A Doom train. Alright, anyway, hold on. I gotta go and, like, sell. I gotta, like, clear up inventory space. put stuff inside the retainer inventory because it's like, yeah. It's like, how did this happen? Like, I don't know. Alright. Okay, I've got some space now. Better than the way it was. Actually, I want to extract some material also. Just 3 of those? Wow, it was a bunch of that. Okay. Alright, let's go do this hell on rails. We need to be average honor level 745. So that's exactly the same as heavyweight, right? Yeah, okay. Let's do it. Looks like this one you cannot use AI for this. You have to actually do it with other people. But going back to the beginning of the stream, what we were talking about, should somebody get into Final Fantasy if they want? It's a multiplayer game, so you gotta group up with other players on occasion. I mean, it's an MMO, right? Like, that being said, a lot of it can be done solo. Huge part of the game can be played solo, making it pretty unique in that respect compared to a lot of other MMOs. I'm just kind of disappointed about Ashes of Creation. I wanted that game to be really good. The fact that it's Unreal Engine 5 and looks the way it does is... So because all of the whatever they call the Hur and the Elysian, they all fled to Alexandria, so they weren't in Treno anymore. This game's graphics hold up. Like, the environmental graphics look pretty good. For such an old game. Although it has gotten some upgrades, visual upgrades over the years. So this one, like, if you were to compare the way the game looks today versus how it looked in 2013, it looks a lot better now than it looked back then. Back then it was DirectX 9. This is DirectX 11. All right, this is it. The Doom Train. Going in.
We're in it now! I'm counting on you!
Is that far? Whoa, whoa. Huh?
Ah! The black car!
This one's got stuff on it. This one's got cargo.
Turret! Oh, good luck!
I see some other ones. I see some other ones. Does it get behind it? Oh man. Oh, he slammed us.
You're right back there! Use the transport panels to get up there!
When do I need to do that? Energy crackles. Alright, we're going up, we're going up. I can hit it from up here. Where do I go? What was that? Oh, I guess he's gonna hit up. Oh, we gotta go up. Oh. Okay, only one was saved. Oh boy, hold on. Doing unlimited express. Am I supposed to go up?
How many times is he going to do that?
Doing runaway train. Huh? You are transported. He sent us into the next dimension. Uh oh, DPS check, DPS check. Okay. Oh, that one's not me. That one's not me. This guy needs to like get out of the way. Right. Is that me? Yep, that's me. Okay, okay. Hold on, hold on. It.
What is this? You're still on board, right?
I'm getting hands. What? Train with arms.
Ethereal! Arms?
Passing through like a weird area. Am I supposed to get out of this? What is this? What the?
I have to disconnect the car! Quick! Jump on the next one! Thunder is coming!
There's a platform. There's platforms on this one. Oh wait, no. You want to be? Oh wait. Oh, okay, never mind. Huh? Wait, what? I just like fell into the right spot at the right time. I just like got pushed back into that circle and then went up there and dodged that thing. That's hilarious. Then went down and dodged the one up over there. That's pretty cool. They're going through some kind of like mine. Did we get all the way to the very end of the train? Like, is this the front? Yeah, looks like that's the front. That's the locomotive.
Phew. No more adventures, thank you. That was enough bravery for a lifetime. But we did it! We stopped the Doom Train. Well, mostly you did. Before we can celebrate, though, we need to make sure Treno's secure. As I feared, stray beasts to the south. I've lost track of how many times I've asked you for help, but I need your help again.
Oh, okay. It's one of these. All right, let's go.
Can you stand?
Yeah, yes! Thank you so much. There were others being attacked over by the canal. Could you possibly...
Of course, I'll go right away. The rest of you should get to the town hall. I can't leave anyone behind. I won't.
Okay, we get to play as Kryle.
Best make sure the evacuation route is clear first.
Fire in red. Arrow in green. Water in blue. Big damage, big damage. Fire 2 in red. This is the AoE one. How do I get to do hammer? Does she get to do hammer? Butterfly motif. What is it? It deals damage 3 times succession. Dang, it must be like a... Oh, wow.
Done. Now to aid those people by the canal.
The people by the canal.
Help!
Help is on the way! There may be other stragglers.
Man, her broken ability, that's so good. That's like some very OP spell she's got there. There's a shocked citizen. I was so scared I couldn't even move. My wife and I will be making for town hall straight away. You have my word on that. If you're determined to check on everyone, I won't complain. But do be careful.
That breeze is awfully warm. Oh no!
Our home!
First things first, the fire. To take a leaf out of Y'shtola's book.
What sort of magic is that? Priorities. Yes, I'm going to run away. It was you that put the fire out? How will I ever thank you? Now that we know it won't be spreading any further, we can all take shelter until...
Not a moment too soon. I hope that was the worst of it.
Somebody help!
A voice. Further out. I'll take care of this. Make for shelter. How many are there? Is that all of them? A behemoth! Oh!
We cut that rather close.
Thank goodness you're all right.
Ayane has finished the repairs. We need only hold the line until the barrier is in place.
And hold the line we will, together.
All right, here we go.
I can still fight. I can.
Graha is tanking. Graha is tanking. You know this battle theme, the Dawn Trail boss battle theme, almost has like a Final Fantasy X kind of like Spira vibe.
Thunderheads!
Keep away from the clouds. If I never see another storm.
We're all got
Nowhere
hit.
is safe with so many of them.
Some friendly
friendly winds, if you please.
What? She summoned something. Oh.
It worked! How fortunate that bird made such an impression.
Oh, down for the count. Down for the count.
The Levin grows more volatile. Something is coming!
Ball lightning!
Huh?
Y'shtola, Speen, lend me your strength!
The two of us will disperse these balls of lightning.
Just keep the lightning at bay a little longer! Take cover behind the Spriggan!
Oh, he's doing Ecliptic Meteor. Oh, yeah. Like in Monster Hunter World. He's doing the Monster Hunter World thing.
The tide
Ecliptic
is turning!
Meteor.
Press the attack!
Or Ancient Labyrinth. We're talking Final Fantasy, right? It's the Behemoth's. It's Behemoth's like iconic move. There's no limit break. We got him. Is the final Savage tier out yet? I think it's like in a week or two. If it's not this Tuesday, it's like the next Tuesday or the week after. Normal mode is available, though.
I must say, that was an incredible performance.
Remind me never to stand in your way. Just paint scary things like that.
Flatterer.
What is it?
The barrier is restored. The people of Treno may rest easy once more.
everyone. And thanks to our guests, the Doom Train has been destroyed. Last but not least, Ayane's fixed the barrier. We don't need to worry about beasts anymore. This calls for a celebration.
The Doom Train is gone for good.
That's our Ayane.
They're safe. All of them. Alila? Kryle, does the name Alila mean aught to you?
My mother? Did you know her?
I'm sorry, my dear. We should get you patched up before aught else. Alila's story and that of the key are one and the same. After you've rested and recovered, I'll tell you the tale. You have no cause to fret, I promise you. While Lummel forgot to give the order, bless him, there's work to be done ere we can celebrate. First and foremost, we must see to any injured. Come and find me at Town Hall when you're ready.
Without further delay, then.
You needn't mind me. My injuries are far from severe.
But your curiosity is another matter, is it not? Your feet will deliver you to Miaili all the swifter if you can actually walk on them.
While I would rather not have tumbled to the pavement in front of half the city, I am none the worse for wear, thanks to Y'shtola. But what of yourself? If you have any hurts, we can tend to them now before we see Mialia. To think Miaili knew Kryle's mother, I am too eager to hear the details. Exhaustion aside, Kryl sustained no injuries. You need worry over. After that battle, I think we all required a moment. You had better get some rest too, I mean it. Into the Mist. This is it. This is the name of the patch. Into the Mist. When you see the quest with the name of the patch, it means this is the final quest. So here we go, the end of the story. Everyone thought Zodiark should be the final boss at the moon, but it turned out to be the mid-boss. Yeah, you're talking about Endwalker? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Endwalker was the peak of Final Fantasy XIV. And you know what? There was a bunch of people that were playing the game, too. I think the game's population was at its highest in Endwalker. The login queues were a problem. Yeah. The game became very popular right before Endwalker. During like the post-story Shadowbringers arc. 2019, 2020, the game got super popular in the pandemic. And then, well, it wasn't 2019. It got really popular in in 2021 actually. Was when it got really popular. This is the final. So the reward is the Dark City Treno Dawntrail orchestration roll. Alright, let's finish this up. Curious, isn't it? I want to know. More than anything, yet part of me is still terrified. But having come so far, I can't turn from the truth now. If everyone is feeling up to it, let us go and have our answers. Right. Man, I like how they did this because this is basically... You know how there's those rumors that they're remaking Final Fantasy IX? This expansion continues to kind of point at that, because even the way like the map of the city is laid out, except for that one part where there's like a farm. And the music playing in the background of the Treno. Alright. What are they gonna say? I find myself anxious on Kryl's behalf. It's alright, I'm ready to hear it. While the key is to be the main topic of our conversation, there is no telling what else Miaili might reveal. I had every confidence Lumul would be safe in your company, but it heartens me to see him unharmed nonetheless. How are you faring? I hope you've recovered from your brush with the Doom Train, and did I hear something about a behemoth? Ah, new friends. Do you know why grandmother called us here? Both Iani and I neglected to ask. Well, I think a lot of people didn't. So the core audience, see, the problem with 16, Square Enix has been trying, well, as you said, trying to not necessarily make it more action oriented. Square Enix has been trying to attract a younger audience for a long time. But by trying to do that, they're alienating their core audience, the people who have been paying attention to their big franchises like Final Fantasy for a long time. And that's the reason why I think 16 was kind of it was a good game, but it was kind of a mixed bag. Like, a lot of people that wanted Square Enix to return to its roots, and then when it goes and makes 16, obviously it's not doing that. So that further alienates them. Then you have a game like Expedition 33 come out earlier this year, which is literally the type of game that the core audience has been wanting to see from Square Enix for a very long time. A turn-based game in the modern era that is engaging and fun to play with a thrilling narrative, excellent music, excellent graphics, character design, writing, and basically the whole package. Everything that a Final Fantasy game is supposed to be. Clair Obscur, Expedition 33 captured a lot of the soul and the essence of what the older Final Fantasy games were. Games like Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VIII, not so much the really, really old ones, like the sprite-based ones, but definitely the ones from an era that feels like it's in the distant past now. So yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do. I really think we need to see some kind of teaser trailer at some point in 2026 for their plans for the Final Fantasy franchise. At the very least, we will get a teaser trailer for this game's next expansion. But in terms of Final Fantasy IX remake or Final Fantasy 17, I don't know. But we should probably get a trailer for the final Final Fantasy VII, whatever they call it. Because there was remake, rebirth, and then whatever the last one's going to be, which finalizes the story. Because apparently they, like, by redoing 7, they've turned it into a trilogy. So it's like whatever the third one is, that one should get a trailer at some point in 2026. You think pure turn-based won't get as much traction? Well, Honkai Star Rail.
Ere I begin my tale, there is something about our family that you need to understand. We are descendants of the Speakers of Eld, and I myself am the latest to inherit the role. Even as we do our utmost to ensure our people's welfare in our adopted home, it has ever been our duty to find a means to return whence we came. Alas, our ancestral treasure never did answer our prayers. And that left my elder sister, the previous speaker, mired in doubt. It was then, when she was at her most vulnerable, that preservation reached out to her.
The key is none other than that relic, and it has been in the safekeeping of our people since time immemorial.
Yes. When lightning threatened this world, we attempted to use the key to flee again, like our ancestors once did. Alas, no matter what we tried, we couldn't invoke its power. We had all but given up when Preservation approached us with an offer of partnership.
We've heard this part before, from my parents' memories. My mother was your sister.
She was, which makes you an heir to the Speaker's legacy. The last message I received from your parents said that in order to thwart Preservation's design, they must send away both their daughter and the key. I now understand what became of the former. As for the latter, through conversing with your friends, I gleaned with whom it currently resides.
And is it your wish that we give it back?
We Milala are the people of Treno now. Here is where we've put down our roots. The moment Delilah relinquished the key, she relinquished our claim to it as well. But be that as it may, my sister gave up not only her life, but her darling daughter, to prevent its misuse. It is my duty to ensure that its new bearer is worthy. So, should it answer your call as it never did ours, how would you use the key's power?
To explore worlds yet unknown to us.
For some, that might be a self-serving end. But your deeds are proof that I needn't worry. And what's more, there's your friendship with my niece. I dare say that speaks well of your character.
By the by, do you have any records pertaining to the key here in Treno?
Would that we did. But Delilah took everything with her when she joined Preservation. If aught remains, it would be in Alexandria.
And so we find ourselves returned to our original course.
Shale may have made some progress. Perhaps it's time to bring our visit to an end. But by that, I don't mean to say that I don't feel welcome in Treno. You've all been so kind and accommodating. And in many ways, it's my hometown. It's just that, well,
It's all right, my dear. It is true that some feel bound by blood or birthplace, but I don't believe that your parents would have wanted that for you. They devoted their lives to understanding the key so that future generations would not be burdened by it. As we have chosen Treno, so too should you choose the place you call home. A place where you can bloom and grow with fearless joy.
I will.
We must give you a proper send-off, though. Wait for us by the gate, will you? A word of caution, Keeper of the Key. As you know, it is a relic that has traveled across centuries and worlds, passing through countless hands. Oft beckoning to those ruled by ambition or avarice. Indeed, some have wondered if it chooses its master. But I believe differently. I believe that some inexorable force, call it fate, if you will, ushers it from one bearer to the next. Be wary, for fate's regard now falls upon you.
What the heck? What was that? Daughter. Eh? That was creepy at the end there. So the key is like the ring of power from Lord of the Rings. It chooses its master, moving from wielder to wielder. Interesting. I think I'm starting to understand where the story is going to be going. Who was that mysterious person, though? It's like, in a town full of short people, all of a sudden there's like a normal tall person in the background. It's like, what's that all about? Did you hear about LG's true RGB OLED leaks? Well, that's been roadmap for a while. Remember videos of Yoshida trying to do a Realm Reborn again for 14? You mean like a WoW Classic type of thing? Like a Final Fantasy 14 Classic? People asked him about that back when WoW Classic came out. And he explained that at the time, so this would have been like 2019, when Shadowbringers was new. He did not think that it was necessary to do that, and he also said that 14 A Realm Reborn would not have the kind of nostalgia factor that WoW Classic has, because it just didn't really have... It didn't have the level of scope. It was like simplified. They were basically trying to rebuild. They did their best at rebuilding the game and getting a working product. It was not something that he felt was... It was a complete game, but it's like not like WoW, where WoW, from the beginning, the vanilla World of Warcraft was like a fully contained adventure, start to finish, with so much density in terms of exploration. And A Realm Reborn does not have that. The world is not as big, the zones are not nearly as dense with things to see and do. You know, you think of like a zone in World of Warcraft, it's littered with caves, with underground areas, with elevation, mountainsides, things like that. Multiple dungeons. It's just the works, you know, like it has all that stuff. It's all seamless. And then you have the instances for dungeons on top of that you explore out in the field. Final Fantasy Realm Reborn doesn't have that. So I kind of agree with him. I don't see them ever doing 14 A Realm Reborn Classic. If they do that, I don't feel like playing that. And I'm someone who did go and play WoW Classic when it released back in 2019. I created a character. I leveled all the way to level 60. I found a guild. We ran Molten Core for like a month, and then I quit the game. At that point, the nostalgia was over, and I never went back. But would I do that for 14? No. No. It doesn't have the same level of appeal from a nostalgic point of view. Maybe in like 10 years, when the game is like super old, and I don't even know if, assuming the game will still be around, kind of like Final Fantasy XI. Everyone was young when it came out and stuck with them. I don't know about that. No, I wouldn't say that, because like there are games. What's a good example? Like Demon Souls, the original Demon Souls. I would go back and play that. But if we're talking a multiplayer game, like a online multiplayer game, I could see myself trying, like, if they make Guild Wars 1, if ArenaNet went and did a remastered reboot of Guild Wars 1, I would play that, because I actually really enjoyed Guild Wars 1. I think Guild Wars 1 is better than Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 1 was really, really good. What is an old game that I would not play again? Lineage. If they redid Lineage, what's another one? I would never go back to play EverQuest 2. I would never go back and play ESO. If ESO got a reboot, I would never go back, because it's just like, it just doesn't, you know, the Star Wars MMO. Knights of the Old Republic. That's another one that if they rebooted that, in fact, they're gonna do that. There was like a trailer or something. Well, actually, I think that's a single player game. But I wouldn't go back and play the Star Wars MMO if they were to redo that one. You know what I'm saying? So it really just kind of depends on the game, like how good the game was. World of Warcraft was really, really good when it released. There was literally nothing that could compete with it at the time when it first came out. And you look at that game, and you look at Final Fantasy. Oh, another good example, Final Fantasy XI. If they redo Final Fantasy XI, I'm not gonna play it. No way. No way. Too much grind. Like the quality of life, the lack of quality of life stuff in Final Fantasy XI. This is the same thing with like EverQuest 1. It's a different generation, you know. That's like first generation MMO. Final Fantasy XI, the original EverQuest, maybe EQ2. Those games, RuneScape, those are first generation MMO. I will most likely never go back and play a first generation MMO. No way. No way. World of Warcraft ushered in the second generation of MMOs. So some of those games, like Guild Wars 1, I could go back and play them. Guild Wars 1 is another second generation MMO. This game is a third generation MMO. So this one, along with Guild Wars 2, with, what's that other one? Maybe ESO is a Gen 3, like a Gen 3 MMO. I forget. All the games, all the MMOs that launched in like 2010 and beyond, I consider them Gen 3. So I guess Terra is also a third generation MMO, meaning they have stuff like Party Finder. There's none of this random like spamming the general chat, LFG, Scarlet Monastery. There's none of that. That is the sign. If you have to like spam chat to get a group to run a dungeon, you're not playing a Gen 3, a third generation MMO. You're playing a second generation MMO or a first generation. WoW Classic, there's no Party Finder. You have to run all the way. If you're Alliance, you have to run all the way through Western Plaguelands to get into Tristful Glades, to get into Scarlet Monastery. And then once you're there, then you have to go and find people, assuming you found at least 2 people or whatever. You gotta go get 5 people in a group to run Scarlet Monastery manually. The amount of time wasted getting people just to form a group, then to run the actual dungeon, and the dungeon itself is super long. That is the sign of a second generation MMO, not a third generation MMO. Third generation is the current World of Warcraft, so WoW Retail, this game, Guild Wars 2, you know, yada yada, all the whatever current MMOs that have things like, oh, I want to go and run a dungeon, I click this button, I click the one I want to do, okay, let's do this one, let's join, bam, in a group, automatically forms a group, go in, you don't have to say hello to anybody, you just do your thing, everyone does their thing, it's done, everyone gets out, that's it. So the negative thing about the third generation MMO, there is a lack of community. There's a lack of natural, organic, like, friendships that are made in game, because you don't have to spend a lot of time and effort talking to other players in order to, all of you are working towards some kind of end goal. Like, oh, we all need to clear Scarlet Monastery because we need to get our gear, we just want to grind levels. Like, everyone had a common goal, everyone had to communicate. It forced you to communicate. It forced you to basically negotiate and work together. That was the thing that was really good about the second generation of MMOs. And that is the reason why a lot of people have that nostalgia factor for a game like World of Warcraft that doesn't exist with a game like Final Fantasy 14. Because Final Fantasy 14 already had like Party Finder and all this stuff, and so no one really had to go out of their way to really communicate unless they were actively trying to. So it's, you know, like the whole time I've been streaming this, I haven't like, I can see my in-game chat. The in-game chat is covered up on the stream, but literally I have not actually talked to anyone in-game the whole time I've been streaming. It's almost as if the game is like a single-player experience. And the reality is I feel like a lot of modern gaming has become that. So unless you know people in real life that play the same game as you and then you group up with them in the game, or you go out of your way to recruit players into your guild or whatever, or you know, like, you have to really put a lot of effort way beyond what you normally would have to if you simply just want to accomplish the objectives in the game. So that is the difference between a second generation and a third generation MMO. So that's why, like, if they were to redo this, there's no point in them redoing this game. Because what are they going to do? They're going to copy paste a third generation MMO and just repeat it from the beginning again? Like, there's no reason to do that.
Thank you all for everything.
We're the ones who should be thanking you. You fought so many times for us.
I've tended to the people's immediate hurts, but see that they receive appropriate care as they recover.
I still can't believe you took down the Doom Train. Just like that. You're my hero, truly. And I'm sure Mum and Dad and everyone else we lost will rest easier now that it can never hurt anyone again.
For my part, I cannot thank you enough for supporting my plan for the barrier. Not to mention that we wouldn't even have the electrope to restore it without your aid. I can't wait to see what else we can do now that the mine is back in service. Kryl. O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. Remember that, will you? Whatever shore you choose.
Of course. Those words, and our people, will always be in my heart.
After so long without her, I had begun to forget what my sister was like. Her face, her voice, fading like the mist. All I could remember clearly was her resolve as we parted for the last time. But now I've seen her again. In you, sweetheart. For bringing her back to me. It is a joy to have met you, Kryl.
You too, Aunt Miaili.
I know your home lies far from here, but to us you'll always be family. Come and see us once in a while, won't you?
I will. My comrades have found a treatment for Levin sickness, so I'll bring it to Treno as soon as I can.
My, you certainly have no shortage of accomplished friends. We'll await your return, my dear. Life is full of surprises when one lives in hope. Isn't that right, Delilah?
So they came back here. Still don't know who that strange, suspicious individual was walking around at the back of Treno. Though we're still in the 9th, it hardly feels like it up here. What a wonder. Once we are back in Solution 9, I should like to relax with a hot cup of tea. If safe and reliable airship travel to Treno were possible, it would cut down on the length and danger of the journey. Man, yeah, they need to figure out... They gotta figure out how to get rid of all that, like, lightning in the sky. They need to get some towers and absorb it or something. What, this song? Living Memory probably is the name of the song. You're talking about the one that's playing right now? Because the one that's playing right now is different from the one that was playing in the cutscene. It still feels a bit like I'm dreaming. But even should I wake, I'll remember it. I'll remember them. On a practical note, I'm more certain than ever that Shale's work will yield vital insights into the key. I look forward to speaking with her when we arrive at Solution 9. If you don't mind, might we first make our way to Resolution? Usen will be wondering about my absence. Heavens, yes, I apologize for keeping you from your duties for so long. Think nothing of it, I was only more than happy to be part of your adventure, and Usen will forgive me once I tell him of Treno. I think this one is Living Memory. The zone is called Living Memory. So I would assume the song is probably Living Memory. Because we are in... Wait a minute. I never did the fake grinding. Oh, that was on the other character, that's why. I was gonna say, like, what the heck? There's no way. What? Oh, we got the fake grind. If I do the relics, if I decide to do the relics, which I probably won't, I'll have to fake grind. Oh yeah, this part of the song is good. This part of the song is good. That's the thing about Final Fantasy though, man. Final Fantasy soundtrack is good. Those who play Monster Hunter and experience the Omega collaboration, they know what I'm talking about. That's only a sample. That's only a sample. I mean, Square Enix is sitting on a gold mine in terms of the type of music, the musical talent they have with these games. Portal to the sky. So this is the normal way to go back. To go through the portal. Yeah, man. So, okay, hold up. I wish I had done the shared fates. Oh wait, I can probably do mount speed. No. So every area, every expansion adds 6 new zones, and the final zone is the one they always hide. You never see it in the trailer. You never see it in the gameplay footage. They always do their best to hide the final zone. Living Memory, this area, is the final zone of Dawn Trail. I mean, if you guys watched the stream last year, when we streamed the actual story of Dawn Trail live, you guys may remember this whole area. This is the final area in the game. Alright, let's go back to South America. Apparently this living memory connects to South America. You go through some kind of weird underground time machine in the Andes. In the mountains of Peru or something. And then you come out and you're in this place. Oh, let me see if I can catch that song that plays. Oh, you gotta go ride this thing. Apparently, even though I can fly, they're like, no, okay. You gotta ride on this thing. Like it's World of Warcraft style. Like the hippogriffs that take you from Dark Shore to the Night Elves island. Oh, because it's nighttime. Just because it's nighttime, it's not gonna have that song. That, oh wait, actually no. Hold on. Where is this place? Yeah, during the day, I think it plays the song with Soken doing the vocals. The one where he's like, oh, he's trying to sound like he's from Peru. Or so, I don't know, like he's trying to do something. He's trying to make it sound like it's some kind of like Latin America, not you know, like the Native American tribal groups from South America, like that type of stuff. He's doing the You should look up the song. Look up the song. Hold on, am I in the right zone? Which zone is this? Is it this zone? Oh no, this is Kozamauka. It's not Kozamauka. It's definitely Yaktel. Yaktel's got the song with Soken doing the vocals. Because it became so okay, for those of you that know, if you remember in Shadowbringers, so the 2019 expansion, there was an area in the game called, let me go to it. Let me show you the map. We gotta go to the world map. You gotta go, we have to go to the universal map. We have to go to the universe. So you see, like they've got North and South America over here on the west. Then you have what looks like Africa. That's where the main part of the game is. Like that's where the base Realm Reborn is. Then you have this stuff over here. I guess Europe is the Garlemald Empire, and then you have the Asian area over here on the east, which is like the Stormblood area. That was the second expansion. But if we go to the first, yeah, so Shadowbringers, you go to another planet. So the game, like this is the main planet. This planet is called the Source. The second planet that they visit, or the first planet that you visit, is Shadowbringers. So the third expansion, you go to this one. And where is that place? The World Unsundered? No, not the World Unsundered. Yeah, here. Okay, in the... this place. This northeastern zone called the Raktika Wood. Soken made a song where he sings the vocals. The la-hi-ai, that thing. That became an internet meme. And then, for this expansion, he did a similar song. And it's the one that plays during the day in this area. Where he's like, oh, it's hilarious, man. It's hilarious. If you were to download the benchmark and run the Final Fantasy benchmark, I think that song plays in one of the test scenes in the benchmark. Why am I picking up this quest? Remembering a dream. I don't need to get this right now. I don't even know why I'm here. Town music is coming through into the town. I was trying to get that song to play, but because it's during the nighttime, it's not playing. What if I go over here? Yeah, because it's night. The moon's out, so it's not going to become daytime anytime soon. Well, anyway. We're back in Cyberpunk 2077 with lo-fi music. Though we learned little about the Asians, our sojourn was more than worthwhile. We're back. According to the people of Treno, there are yet other settlements in the 9th. We shall have to seek them out one day. Well, we probably need to go see Dali and Lindblom and some of those other places. See, that's the thing, though. People who played Final Fantasy IX, I like that the writers of the story do this. They dip in, they reach into the treasure trove of lore from the single-player, old-school Final Fantasy RPGs. Because basically, this entire game's post-story, the Dawntrail post-story, it's adjacent to Final Fantasy IX. It is so heavily inspired by Final Fantasy IX. Treno, Alexandria, Lindblom, these are all major cities that you visit in Final Fantasy IX. The fact that that planet is known as the 9th, there's 14 planets, hence the name Final Fantasy XIV. There's 14 different worlds. So we've only been to like 3 of them, besides the one that they're normally situated in, so that's 4. They visited 4 out of the 14 planets. So, I mean, this franchise could stick around as an MMO for a long time. They got a lot of stuff they could just build off of. Jefferson hasn't worn his regulator since his memory was restored. The experience must have affected him deeply. This explains much. I wondered why I had seen neither hide nor hair of your majesty these past days. May I ask where you have been? It's quite a long story. However stalwart your companions, traversing the Mist Continent with no knowledge of what awaited was extraordinarily reckless. That I cannot deny, but it availed us much. We have the opportunity to resume diplomatic relations with a longtime ally. And, as I did not, in fact, come to harm, all is well. Should you feel compelled to go on any other excursions in the future, I expect that you will notify me beforehand. Yes, of course. I was remiss of me. I apologize. duty's call is most insistent. Nevertheless, whenever you require my aid, please don't hesitate to seek it. You're back. How did it go? Did you find a way down? Treno. I've heard the name. Incredible that it's sheltered in Milala all this time. What's more, the mayor was able to share the story of the key from her perspective. She believes that the historical documents pertaining to it are stored in Preservation's archives. They could be, though our work isn't done yet. We've made progress on the decryption. I was on my way to the containment complex to review the data now. In that case, allow me to accompany you. Though it may be incomplete, I should like to review the information available. We'll contact you as soon as we've made more sense of it. In the meantime, might I suggest that our Warrior of Light get a good night's sleep or two? You never know what matter of hellish technology will be after us next. And Kryle, I assume you'll be wanting to familiarize yourself with the care and feeding of porksies. Indeed. While I'm aware of the principles, I was needed elsewhere when the others were treating the Levin afflicted. I shall have to ask Y'shtola to instruct me. 'Tis the least I can do for my family. I intend to visit them whenever possible, but my home will always be here in the Source. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Earlier in Treno.
Now, there is much to be done. With access to the mine restored, I'd like to explore methods to expand our food production systems. I look forward to your insights.
Oh, my poor heart. I only meant to steal a glimpse while we were in the area. But our eyes definitely met, didn't they? Oh, that's not ideal. Such fearsome instincts to perceive me as a threat in an instant. But I shouldn't be surprised. It's the Source's vaunted hero, after all.
Halmarut!
Oh, dear me! Oh.
One need hardly be the Warrior of Light to notice you. You're far from subtle. As if the horns and scales weren't enough, you insist upon dressing for another century. Those clothes must be as old as I am. Where is your robe?
You mean the robe that practically announces me as an Ascian? Not that I don't intend to reveal that detail, but it will be at a time of my choosing. Besides, If one of us can't help but draw the eye, it's you. Oh, Calyx, how you've grown. Smaller, that is. And surprisingly cute-ish.
Put me down.
Jests aside, we will be departing the 9th all too soon. If you wish to say your goodbyes, I could find you a vessel and mold it to match your preferred presentation.
Don't you dare. I will not debase myself by occupying a living body ever again. And in any case, to travel the rift as you do requires the shedding of one's flesh, does it not?
I apologize if I upset you. Your understanding is, in essence, correct. The magics cannot bring a vessel through the rift. Ergo, you must discard it and assume a form of pure ether until you reach the other side. However, that doesn't mean you need discard everything like so much refuse. Using fissures such as this, one can easily send small amounts of matter between reflections. Matter such as your archived memories.
All the more reason to remain as I am. At present, I could pass through a fissure myself. And as this form suffices for surveying the material realm, I see no reason to expend effort searching for a replacement. I wish only to observe. That is enough.
Very well. I shan't press. Nevertheless, odd though you may look, I would encourage you to bid farewell to those to whom you have attachment. For now that you failed, unless our hero changes course, this world is doomed to die.
I had hoped to banish death from their lives. Why should it come to all, whether they will it or no? Why must any accept this burden and grief? It was never about any one person. So no, there are none with whom I would exchange fond farewells. But so long as mankind yet survives, I can hold fast to my faith. That my life's work might again bring someone's salvation.
Hold fast you must, as we press ever onward. For soon it begins, and every world shall tremble. The Winterers must be prepared to outlast the great withering to come.
That's your ominous prediction, is it?
No, it's nature's proclamation. Can't you hear it? It echoes in the silence, left by the will of the star.
Whither blows fate's wandering will, for grey clouds presage winter's chill. Whoa. That's kind of ominous. That kind of implies that there could be a calamity coming at some point of cataclysmic proportions. Kind of like, oh, I don't know, WoW Cataclysm? That would make a lot of permanent changes to the game world. So basically, okay. So the girl is definitely one of the Ascians, one of the lost ones that we didn't really know where the lost Ascians were. Because up until the end of Endwalker, we figured there were only like 3 major ones. Elidibus, Emet-Selch, and La Habrea. And all of them have been dealt with. So we figured all the Ascians are gone. Well, apparently she's another one. And the boy is now a stuffed animal. That's interesting. Which means he was able to download or upload his consciousness away from the Necron just in time at the last split second, right as Gohan delivered the final blow, or was it Wuklamon? One of them did the final attack at the end of patch 7.3, defeating Necron in a decisive showdown. So he survived, but we already knew that because there was a cutscene at the very end of the previous patch that showed that he survived. Now he's a stuffed animal though. So his consciousness is basically, he doesn't have a physical body, like an organic body anymore. Now he's just a consciousness, his memories, as she explained in that cutscene. So really interesting stuff. This expansion, Into the Mist, kind of set up the, I see this story as sort of doing a lot of setup for what will eventually lead to the next expansion. So that was basically 7.4. That was the whole thing in one sitting. It took me 4 hours to complete it. About 4 hours in one sitting to binge watch the whole thing. It's like watching a Netflix show, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's exactly what Yoshi P described the story-based content, the way that they format it in these patch updates. So it was like watching, what is this, like season 4 of Dawn Trail or something? So yeah, now there's one more season. So there will be a 7.5. And there might be like a little mini, like 4-episode thing or 3-episode thing in the form of 7.55. And then after that, it will be the next expansion. So we are getting to the very end of Dawn Trail. There's really only one major patch left, and that is 7.5. And then maybe there'll be a 7.55, and then there will be 8.0, which we do not know what it's going to be called. There should be a trailer teaser for the next expansion within the next couple of months, I would guess, at some point. Some sort of gaming event, they're going to show it off. They have to, because we're getting so close to the end of this expansion. Dawn Trail was not very popular. This is going to go down in the game's history as one of the low points for Final Fantasy, coming off of the highest high in Endwalker, dropping down to the lowest low of Dawn Trail. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's okay. Like, I don't really have a problem with Dawn Trail. Like, it's cool. It's very Majin Buu Saga, if you're familiar with Dragon Ball Z. Like, in the sense that if your character is Goku, you don't play the major role until the very end. Just like in Majin Buu arc, where Goku kind of like took a step back, didn't really do anything, expecting Gohan and Earth's special forces to save the world and rise to the occasion. And then when they all failed to perform, it went back to Goku having to save the world at the end, and that's exactly what happened with Dawn Trail. So Dawn Trail is basically the Majin Buu arc from Dragon Ball Z, featuring a whole bunch of Final Fantasy IX reference points. And that's basically what this expansion is. Why people didn't like it? People didn't like it because they wanted their character, their avatar, to be the hero. And basically there was a whole nother character, Wukalamat, the Tiger Girl. She was basically the main character of Dawn Trail. Your character is like a supporting character in the story. And that's the reason why people didn't like it. Because in Endwalker and Shadowbringers, in all the previous expansions, your character was the central point that the story revolved around. In Dawn Trail, the story revolves around Wukalamat. She is the main character. So, and a lot of people didn't like that. I personally didn't have a problem with that because I recognized it was like, oh, the Warrior of Light, save the world. You know, it's time to go on vacation. What are we gonna do? We're gonna sail across to the Western Hemisphere and go visit North and South America. You know, that's basically what the premise of the story was. But a lot of players didn't like it. A lot of people did not like it. It's just they want to be in the spotlight. They don't like being in the back seat, relaxing and just chilling the whole time while Wukalamat and everybody struggles. You know, because if you tuned in to when we covered, I think you were watching when I did 7.3 a few months ago. 7.3 was really good because if you remember the fight against Necron, the Ageless Necropolis, the fight against Necron. At the end, in the cutscene, Wukalamat does her thing, it's kind of like the scene in Dragon Ball Z where Goku gives his energy to Krillin for the Spirit Bomb. Krillin throws the Spirit Bomb at Vegeta. Vegeta sees it as the last second, jumps over it and dodges it, and then it's gonna fly at Gohan, and he's like, bounce it back, Gohan, try a rebound, and he bounced it back. That's exactly what happened. Wukalamat did the thing, and then your character, the Warrior of Light, does the rebound, and bam, it's over. Game checkmate, you know? So that was the previous patch. The previous patch was pretty hype because that was the end of the major plot point for Dawn Trail. This patch, Into the Mist, sets up the premise for the next expansion. So we are now clearly on our path to the next expansion. There's only one major season, Season 5, and then after that, Dawn Trail is over, and it's going to be moving on to the next one. So that will probably be, they've stretched their development cycle now, or their patch cycle. It takes them longer now. It's like, what, like 4 months? It used to be like 3 months. Now it's 4 months. So we're December, so January, February, March, April. So sometime in May, or late April, sometime around that time is when I expect patch 7.5, which means the expansion should be sometime in the second half of 2026. Maybe Q4, I don't know. There's a lot of rumors saying that it's going to be a long time before 8.0, but I don't see how Square Enix can get away with doing that because it's not even 2026 yet, and they did 7.4. So 7.5 is like the only one left. And they can't really do a whole bunch of other content because, I mean, let me check here. So we got this is 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, and this was the Monster Hunter thing, so it doesn't really count. So you already have 1, 2, 3, 4. You look at the previous expansion, Endwalker, you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that extra one. So you have 5. They always do 5. Then it'll be the next expansion. Here, we have done 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only one left. There's only one trial left. And that'll be in 0.5. And then you look at the raid, as Super Googly was asking earlier about the Savage Raid. Savage Raid will be out soon. However, you look at the normal raid is already all out. It's all out there. Everything's there. 7.4 added the final tier for Arcadian, the heavyweight division, which we streamed this, I think like 3 days ago or something, or whenever. No, it was like a week ago, wasn't it? When did I do it? It was like last week or something. We streamed heavyweight for the first time I did it. So all that stuff. So you see, like, the way Square Enix follows a very predictive format. So the first raid was in the base game. So that was like .0. Cruiserweight is 0.2. Because they do the 8-man raids on even numbered patches. So Cruiserweight was 7.2. Heavyweight is 7.4. And what are we doing right now? 7.4. The 24-man raid. The 24-man raid, the big one, comes on the odd number. So 7.1, Juno, the first walk. 7.3, the second walk. So there is one more 24-man raid, and that one will come out in April, May with the final, the 7.5. That'll be the final tier, the final 24-man raid for this Dawn Trail expansion, and that's it. After that, that's it. There is no more content. So we're gonna get one more dungeon, 4-player dungeon, and one more 24-man raid, and that's it. After that, next expansion. So there's not a whole lot left to experience in Dawn Trail from a gameplay perspective. The Relic questline, I think, is already, the final one is either coming out real soon or it's already out. I don't know. I haven't checked because I haven't done the Relic. But anyway, that's kind of that. So that concludes my playthrough of Into the Mist. I think it's good. I don't have a problem with Dawn Trail. It's definitely not my favorite expansion, but I don't hate it. I don't think it's terrible. It's just not as eventful as the previous ones. That's all. Next expansion will be North America based. Yeah, but they already did North America though. South America was, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about more like the theming and stuff. Well, remember there was that whole like Wild Wild West style, although that could, one could argue that it could have been like Brazil. You know what I'm saying? Like they had the whole zone that was like a where is it? Why do I keep going to this place? I don't want to go here. I'm lost. Well, I don't want to go there either. Why does this map not work properly? Shaktaral. There we go. They had Shaloani. Shaloani was like North America. That's like Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, that place. Then you had the other place, Heritage Found. That was like, that's basically the Midwest if it never stopped raining. And then you have where we are right now, Solution 9, aka Cyberpunk 2077. This is the North America area. So they've already done the North America thing. So I don't know what they're gonna do next. I wouldn't be surprised if they turn the next expansion into like a visit the Ninth, go to the Final Fantasy IX world, go see Lindblom, go see Clara, go see all the different places, the outer continent, the lost continent, etc. All that. They could do that if they wanted. I don't think they're gonna do it, but they could. It depends on what happens with the story in the next patch. But the fact that we're spending so much time on the Ninth, Treno, all these things, Alexandria, it's so heavily implied that they're going to be doing something to save the Ninth, unless they resolve that with 7.5. I don't think they're going to be able to cram all those story bits into a 4-hour content patch. Like, I think they're going to have to expand that out more. But now I think I understand the premise of what the villain is trying to accomplish. Where, you know how it is with Japanese storytelling, it's never cut and dry, it's never like there's a ton of gray. It's not black and white in terms of good and evil. It's all like very vague, very abstract. The motives of the villain are not necessarily 100% evil. And we got a whole bunch of that in that last cutscene, where that teddy bear was talking about, like, why do humans have to die and all this stuff. I mean, now I think I understand his motive a little bit better, because they're starting to provide that via the cutscenes. So he's not just 100% evil villain, you know, like there's a reason, there's a method to his madness. That's how it always is with the storytelling of these villains in Final Fantasy. Very rarely are they pure evil. One exception would be like the villain in Final Fantasy VI, Kefka the clown. He was pure evil, but you know, it's rare. It's rare that they write villains like that. Well, anyway, that's probably gonna do it for this stream. Unless you guys want to see me play Night Rain, because I said I wasn't gonna play Night Rain, but apparently they added another update to the game again. There's like a new hard mode for the balancers from the DLC. I mean, I've already cleared all of it, so I technically don't have to do that. But if you guys want to see Night Rain, we can swap over to that. I can do like one run through that. Otherwise, it's gonna be the end for the stream, and it'll probably be the last stream of the year. I feel like the games that I streamed the most this year was Monster Hunter Wilds, #1. #2, Night Rain. #3 is either this game or, oh, Trails in the Sky. Trails in the Sky. I streamed a lot of Trails in the Sky. But Trails in the Sky was like super condensed into like consecutive playthrough streams back in September. Yeah, we did a ton of Trails in the Sky. But I think Dawn Trail's okay. I'll be playing the next expansion. Where do I want to go? I want to go back and update my gear. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Just teleport there. I'm just glad I didn't have to spend a lot of time upgrading all my stuff. Technically, I could run the 24-man raid. I could do Juno, because I like the, well, yeah, the first one. I could do that. It's nearly 3 AM, so you're off. Alright, Marcelo. If I don't see you this week, I guess I'll see you next year. Thanks for tuning in. Alright, I'm just gonna update my gear sets, and that'll probably be it for the stream. Need to update all my equipment. I got a bunch of new gear. Well, wow. That gear from that dungeon earlier bumped this up quite a bit. I can't believe I'm still wearing a bag. Scholar. Cruiser. I could upgrade these pants. That bumps this up to 742. Viper. Viper needs a lot of new stuff. Viper's still wearing 690. I barely play DPS anymore though. 710. What can I get for the Viper? This is okay, that's worse. This is better. Dude, 740 scouting. The shoes. The necklace thing, the neck. Man. That bumps Viper to 722. Still need. I have the arc veiled weapon. I still need to replace a lot of things on here if I want to play DPS again. I need bracelets. I need like a bunch of new things. And also caster. What is my? I don't even remember what I play as a caster on here. Summoner. I guess summoner. Dude, what the heck? This is like way, way outdated. The gloves, the casting gloves. The shoes. I don't have any accessories. Oh man, all the stuff on the right side is... Well, I got that up to 717. So, I mean, I'm kind of trying to get all my other roles caught up as well, but it's... Yeah, I never play this anyways. It's kind of... It doesn't matter. Alright, well that's gonna be it for this game. I guess... I don't know. I guess it's gonna be it. Alright guys, well that was Dawn Trail. This is probably the final gaming stream of the year, unless I decide to stream sometime between now and New Year's. If I don't see you guys until then, have a good holiday, and I will see you next year. Have a happy new year. Take care. Thanks.